Simon & Schuster Audio presents Deadly Decisions by Kathy Reichs. Read by Catherine Borowitz.
Her name was Emily Ann. She was 9 years old, with black ringlets, long lashes, and caramel-colored skin. Her ears were pierced with tiny gold loops. Her forehead was pierced by 2 slugs from a Cobra 9mm semi-automatic. It was a Saturday, and I was working by special request of my boss, Pierre Lamanche. I'd been at the lab for 4 hours, sorting badly mangled tissue, when the door to the large autopsy room opened, and Sergeant Detective Luc Claudel came striding in. Claudel and I had worked together in the past, and though he'd come to tolerate, perhaps even appreciate me, one would not infer that from his brusque manner. He glanced at the gurney in front of me, then quickly away. The detective avoided looking at my greasy gloves. "Where's Lamanche?" "It's Saturday, Monsieur Claudel. He doesn't work on Saturday." At that moment, Michel Charbonneau, Claudel's partner, stuck his head into the room. "Le cadavre est arrivé." "What cadaver? Why were 2 homicide detectives at the morgue on a Saturday afternoon?" Charbonneau was a large man with spiky hair that resembled a hedgehog's. He greeted me in English. "Hey, Doc." I pulled off my gloves and lowered my mask. "What's going on?" Claudel answered, his face tense, his eyes cheerless in the harsh fluorescent light. "Dr. Lamanche will be here shortly. He can explain." Claudel detested autopsies. Without another word, he pulled the door wide and brushed past his partner. Charbonneau turned to me. "This is hard for him. He has kids. The heathens struck this morning. Ever hear of Richard Marcotte?" The name was vaguely familiar. "Maybe you know him as Araignée, Spider. Great guy, and an elected official in the outlaw biker set. Spider is the Viper sergeant-at-arms, but he had a real bad day today. When he set out for the gym around 8 this morning, the heathens blasted him in a drive-by while his old lady dove for cover in a lilac bush." Charbonneau ran a hand backward through his hair, swallowed. "In the process, they also killed a little girl. They're bringing her here now. Marcotte was dead on arrival. He's out back." My fingers tightened around the gloves. A child. I could feel the familiar surge of emotions and needed to get away. I tore off my plastic apron, balled it together with a mask and latex gloves, and threw everything into a biological waste container. Then I washed my hands and rode the elevator to the 12th floor. I don't know how long I sat in my office, staring at the St. Lawrence. Being a forensic anthropologist, I've developed some immunity to violent death. Since the medical examiner turns to me to derive information from the bones of the mutilated, burned, or decomposed, I've seen the worst. My workplaces are the morgue and autopsy room, so I know how a corpse looks and smells, how it feels when handled or cut with a scalpel. I'm accustomed to bloody clothing drying on racks, to the sound of a striker's saw cutting through bone, to the sight of organs floating in numbered specimen jars. But I have always been unsettled by the sight of dead children. The shaken baby, the battered toddler, the emaciated child of religious zealots, the preteen victim of a violent pedophile. The violation of young innocence has never failed to agitate and distress me. Dear God, why such insanity? The mutilated men I had left downstairs had also died as a result of the current biker war. Don't get despondent, Brennan. Get coldly, resolutely angry. Then apply your science to help nail the bastards. Yep, I agreed with myself aloud, and headed downstairs. Charbonneau was in the anteroom of one of the small autopsy suites. "What's her name?" I asked. "Émilie Anne Toussaint. She was on her way to dance class." He tipped his head toward the adjoining room. "Lamanche has begun to post." I slipped past the detective into the autopsy room. A photographer was taking pictures while the pathologist made notes and shot Polaroid backups. I watched Lamanche grasp a camera by its side handles, then raise and lower it above the body. The lens moved in and out of focus over one of the wounds in the child's forehead. Lamanche depressed the shutter release. A white square slid out, and he pulled it free and added it to a collection on the side counter. Emily Ann's body bore evidence of the intensive effort to save her life. Her head was partly bandaged, but I could see a clear tube protruding from her scalp, inserted to monitor intracranial pressure. A tube ran down her throat and into her trachea and esophagus, placed in order to oxygenate the lungs and to block regurgitation from the stomach. Catheters for IV infusion remained in her vessels, and the circular white patches for EKG electrodes were still pasted to her chest. Such a frantic intervention, almost like an assault. I dragged my eyes back to the small body. Emily Ann wore nothing but a plastic hospital bracelet. Next to her lay a pale green hospital gown, bundled clothing, a pink backpack, and a pair of high-top red sneakers. A little girl did not belong here. When I looked up, Lamanche's sad eyes met mine. Putting a choke hold on my emotions, I described the progress I was making with my own cases, reassembling the corpses of 2 bikers who'd been blown apart by their own folly, and asked when antemortem medical records would be available. Lamanche told me that the files had been requested and should arrive on Monday. I thanked him and went to resume my own grim task. As I sorted tissue, I remembered my previous day's conversation with Lamanche and wished I were still in the Virginia woods. Was it only yesterday Lamanche had called me there? Emily Ann was alive then. So much can change in 24 hours. The day before, I had been in Quantico teaching a body recovery workshop at the FBI Academy. My team of evidence recovery technicians was unearthing and mapping its skeleton when I looked up to see a special agent approaching through the trees. He reported that a Dr. Lamanche urgently wished to speak to me. Feeling uneasy, I left my team and started out of the woods. As I threaded my way toward the road, I thought about Lamanche and the news his call might bring. I began consulting in Montreal in the early 90s as a part of a faculty exchange between McGill and my home university in Charlotte. Quebec province had a centralized coroner system with sophisticated crime and medico-legal labs, but no board-certified forensic anthropologist, and Lamanche wanted me. For more than a decade now, the skeletonized, decomposed, mummified, burned, or mutilated cadavers of Quebec province have come to me for analysis and identification. When a conventional autopsy is of no use, I tease what I can from the bones. Rarely had Lamanche left me a message marked urgent. Slinging my pack over my shoulder, I headed downhill to the Forensic Science Research and Training Center. I rang a bell at the loading dock. A side door parted and a man's face appeared in the crack. Though young, Craig Beecham was completely bald and looked as if he had been that way for some time. Finishing early? No, I need to call my lab. You can use my office. I took a deep breath, made a mental shift to French, and dialed. Bonjour, Temperance. Comment ça va? Only Lamanche and the priest who baptized me have ever used the formal version. The rest of the world calls me Tempe. I told him I was fine. Thank you for calling back. I fear we have a grisly situation up here, and I'm going to need your help. Les motards. Bikers. 2 more are dead. Bikers. For more than a decade, rival outlaw motorcycle gangs had been battling for control of the drug trade in Quebec. I'd worked on several motard cases, gunshot victims who had also been burned beyond recognition. Lamanche continued. So far, this is what the police have reconstructed. Last night, 3 members of the Heathens drove to the Viper's clubhouse with a powerful homemade bomb. The Viper, working the surveillance cameras, spotted a pair approaching with a large bundle between them. He took a shot, and the bomb exploded. The driver is in the hospital in critical condition. For the other 2, the largest portion of tissue recovered weighs 9 pounds. And Temperance, I've been trying to get in touch with Constable Martin Quickwater. He's there, in Quantico, but he's been in a case review meeting all day. Quickwater? Is he with Carcajou? Lamanche answered yes. Opération Carcajou is a task force created to investigate criminal activities among outlaw motorcycle gangs in Quebec province. Please tell Constable Quickwater what I've told you and have him contact me. Then I would like you to come here as quickly as possible. We may have difficulty with these identifications. Have they recovered printable digits or dental fragments? No, and it is not likely. DNA? The situation is complicated, and I would rather not discuss it by phone. Is it possible for you to return earlier than you had planned? I'll be there tomorrow. Merci. He continued in his very precise manner. This does not look good, Temperance. The heathens will undoubtedly retaliate. Then the vipers will draw more blood. I fear the situation is escalating to full-scale war in which innocents may perish. As I was replacing the receiver, Craig Beecham appeared in the doorway. I explained about Quickwater. Craig punched in a number and asked about his whereabouts. He told me, "Your guy's in a major case management session in one of the other conference rooms down here. Just slide in and take a seat. They'll probably break at 3. Then he gave me directions. The room was dark, save for the beam of a projector and the apricot glow of an illuminated slide. For the next 30 minutes, I saw La Manche's premonition brought to life in horrifying detail. A bombed-out bungalow, tissue splattered on the walls, body parts strewn across the lawn, a female torso, face a red mass, skull bones mushroomed by a shotgun blast. The blackened chassis of a sports utility vehicle, one charred hand dangling from a rear window. Finally, the screen blazed white. When the overhead lights came on, I recognized Special Agent Frank Tullio, a graduate of my recovery course from years back. "Tempe, how's it hanging?" Frank turned to his colleagues. "Does everyone know the great bone doctor?" As Frank made introductions, those around the table smiled and nodded. Some I recognized. Kate Brophy was supervisor of the intelligence unit of North Carolina's State Bureau of Investigation. Kate had been an expert on outlaw motorcycle gangs for as long as I could remember. We'd met in the early 80s when 2 gangs, the Outlaws and Hells Angels, were at war in the Carolinas. I'd identified 2 of the victims. At the far end of the table, Martin Quickwater sat behind a laptop computer. His face was broad, with high cheekbones. His skin was the color of fired brick. "I'm sure you 2 foreigners know each other," said Frank. "Actually, we don't, but that's why I'm intruding. I need to speak to Constable Quickwater." Quickwater graced me with approximately 5 seconds of attention, then his eyes went back to his computer screen. Frank looked at his watch. "Good timing. We're ready for a break." When only Quickwater and I were left in the room, I smiled and began a fuller introduction. "I know who you are." His abruptness surprised me. When I explained that La Manche had been trying to reach him, Quickwater slipped his pager from his belt, checked the screen, then tapped it hard against his hand, shaking his head and sighing, "Batteries." The constable watched me intently as I repeated what La Manche had said. When I'd finished, he nodded, then turned and left the room. I stood a moment wondering at the man's odd demeanor. Terrific. I not only had 2 vaporized bikers to piece together, I now had Constable Congenial as an associate. I picked up my pack and headed back to the woods. "No problem, Mr. Quickwater. I've cracked tougher nuts than you." The trip to Montreal was uneventful. I took a taxi to my condo in Centreville, offloaded luggage, and zapped a frozen burrito. My old Mazda turned over after 3 tries, and I headed to the city's east side. For years, the forensic lab has been located in a structure known as the SQ Building, Sûreté du Québec, who are the provincial police. At 3:30 on Friday, the normal weekday hustle and bustle were beginning to taper off. I unlocked my office. 3 white forms lay on my desk. I selected the one with La Manche's signature. The demande d'expertise en anthropologie is often my first introduction to a case. Filled out by the requesting pathologist, it provides data critical to tracking a file. I scanned the summary of known facts. It differed from La Manche's telephone account in only one respect. To date, 215 remnants of flesh and bone had been recovered. The largest weighed 11 pounds. I went to find La Manche and spotted the director through the rectangle of glass beside his office door. His rangy form was hunched over a desk heaped with papers, journals, books, and a stack of files. He gestured me in. The office, like its occupant, smelled faintly of pipe tobacco. We took places at a small table in front of his desk. On it lay a number of large brown envelopes. "Temperance, I know it is too late to begin analysis now, but perhaps you are willing to come in tomorrow?" "Yes, of course." He indicated the envelopes. "You might want to begin with the X-rays." Then he handed me a stack of smaller brown envelopes and a video cassette. "And here are the scene and autopsy photos. The two bikers carrying the bomb to the Vipers clubhouse were pulverized, their remains scattered over an enormous area. A lot of what the recovery team is finding is stuck to walls and caught in bushes and tree branches. One chunk of thorax has a partial tattoo that would be useful for establishing identity." "What about the driver?" "He died in the hospital this morning." "The shooter?" "He is in custody, but these people are never helpful. He will go to jail rather than give anything to the police." "Even information about a rival gang?" "If he talks, he's probably a dead man." Lamanche ran a hand over his face. "I fear we will never get all the tissue sorted out. Have you heard the names Ronald et Donald Vaillancourt?" I shook my head. "The Vaillancourt brothers, Leclique et Leclac. Both are full-patch members of the Heathens. One was implicated a few years back in the execution of Claude Le Clouteau Dubé. I don't remember which." "The police think the Vaillancourts are the victims?" "Yes." The melancholy eyes looked into mine. "Clique and Clac are identical twins." By 7 that evening, I'd examined everything but the video. Using a magnifier, I'd gone over scores of photos showing hundreds of bone fragments and bloody masses of varying shapes and sizes. In shot after shot, arrows pointed to red and yellow globs lying in grass, entangled in branches, and flattened against cinder blocks, broken glass, tar paper roofing, and corrugated metal. The remains had arrived at the morgue in large black plastic bags, each containing a collection of Ziploc bags. Each bag was numbered and held an assortment of body parts, dirt, fabric, metal, and unidentifiable debris. The autopsy photos moved from the unopened bags to shots of the small plastic sacks grouped on autopsy tables to views of the contents sorted by categories. In the final photos, the flesh lay in rows, like meat arranged in a butcher's case. I spotted pieces of skull, a fragment of tibia, a femoral head, a portion of scalp with complete right ear. Some close-ups revealed the jagged edges of shattered bone. Others showed hairs, fibers, and scraps of fabric adhering to the flesh. The tattoo Lamanche had mentioned was clearly visible on a flap of skin. It depicted 3 skulls, bony hands covering eyes, ears, and mouths. The irony was priceless. This guy would be seeing, hearing, and saying nothing. After examining the prints and X-rays, I'd come to agree with Lamanche. Sorting the jumble of flesh into specific brothers was going to be tough. Their DNA would be identical. A gastric growl suggested it was time to quit. Tired and discouraged, I grabbed my purse, zipped my jacket, and headed out. Back home, the flashing light told me I had a message. I spread my takeout sushi on the table, popped a Diet Coke, and hit the button. My nephew Kit was driving from Texas to Vermont with his father. Intent on bonding, they were coming north to fish for whatever it is one hooks in inland waters in the spring. Since my cat prefers the space and comfort of a motorhome to the efficiency of air travel, Kit and Howie had promised to pick him up at my home in Charlotte and transport him to Montreal. The message was that they and Birdie would arrive the next day. The doorbell sounded, and I went to the security screen. The monitor showed Andrew Ryan leaning against the wall in my hallway. He wore faded blue jeans, running shoes, and a bomber jacket over a black t-shirt. At 6'2", with his blue eyes and angular features, he looked like a cross between Cal Ripken and Indiana Jones. I looked like Phyllis Diller before her makeover. Sighing, I opened the door. I noticed he was wearing his pager and gun. "Hey, Ryan, what's up?" "Saw your light and figured you might be back early." "Can't stay. Just thought I'd inquire as to your dinner plans for tomorrow night." "I'll be sorting bomb victims all day tomorrow, so I may be a little zonked." He placed one hand on my shoulder and twirled a strand of my hair with the other. "If you're tired, we could skip dinner and just relax. Broaden our horizons." "Sure, Ryan. I'll wear my thong panties. Will you spring for Chinese?" He drew my hair upward and swirled it into a top knot. "Chinese is good." Before I could object, he pulled me close and kissed me. His lips felt soft, his chest hard against mine. I started to push away, but knew that was not what I wanted to do. Sighing, I relaxed, and my body molded to his. The horrors of the day evaporated, and for that moment I was safe from the madness of bombs and murdered children. Then his pager sounded. He checked the number. Shit. Sorry. I'll see you tomorrow night, 7:30. When he'd gone, I went back to the sushi, definitely thinking about Andrew Ryan. Ryan is Sûreté du Québec, a homicide detective, and occasionally we work the same cases. Though he'd been asking for years, only recently had I started seeing him socially. After 20 years of marriage, and several as a not-so-swinging single, new relationships just weren't that easy for me. But I enjoyed Ryan's company, so I decided to give it a whirl. To date him, as my sister would say. I had to admit that I found Ryan sexy as hell. Most women did. The phone rang as I was clearing the table. Mon Dieu, you're back. Hi, Isabelle. What's up? Though I'd known Isabelle Caillé only 2 years, in that time we'd grown quite close. We'd met when I was finally forced to face the reality of a failed marriage. In a display of self-indulgence, I had booked a single at a Club Med and flown off to play tennis and overeat. I'd met Isabelle on the flight to Nassau, and we'd been friends ever since. I didn't expect you until next week. What about dinner tomorrow? I told her about Ryan. That one's a keeper, Tempe. You get tired of that chevalier, you send him over. Why are you back early? I explained about the bombing. Ah, oui. I read about that in La Presse. Is it just terribly gruesome? The victims are not in good shape. The police should just let these gangsters blow each other up. Then we wouldn't have to look at their dirty bodies with filthy tattoos anymore. I mean, it's not like they're murdering babies. The next morning, Emily Ann Toussaint died while walking to her ballet lesson. Howard and Kit had arrived at 7, left Bertie, and continued on their way. Bertie was ignoring me and checking the condo for canine intruders when I left for the lab at 8 to resume work on the 2 bomb victims. Emily Ann had arrived shortly after noon. Since I'd needed space, I'd chosen the large autopsy room. I'd rolled the gurneys with the bomb victim remains to the center of the room and was attempting to construct corpses on 2 tables. Being Saturday, I had the place to myself. I had identified and sorted all visible bone fragments. Then, using the X-rays, I'd pulled the fragments containing bone and dissected the tissue to search for landmarks. Wherever I found duplicates, I divided them between the tables. 2 left pubic tubercles, or mastoid processes, meant 2 different individuals. I'd also spotted evidence of a childhood growth problem in some of the long bone fragments. When health is compromised, a child stops growing and skeletal development goes on hold. When things get better, growth resumes, but the stoppages leave permanent markers. The X-rays were showing opaque lines on numerous splinters of arm and leg bones. The narrow bands indicated periods of arrested growth. I placed tissue with affected fragments on one table and tissue with normal bone on the other. One of the tangles of shattered flesh contained several hand bones. When I teased them out, I spotted 2 metacarpals with irregular shafts, suggesting one of the victims had broken these fingers at some time in the past. I set that tissue aside. By 5:15, I'd divided approximately 2/3 of the tissue. Without DNA, I saw no hope of associating the remaining fragments with specific individuals. As I'd waded through the Vaillancourt body parts, I'd found it hard to empathize with the persons I was reconstructing. These men had been blown up while preparing to blow up others. A rough justice had prevailed. Not so with little Emily Ann. She was lying on Lamanche's autopsy table because she'd been walking to dance class. That reality was not acceptable. The death of an innocent child could not be dismissed as an incidental casualty of maniacal warfare. Vipers could kill heathens, and outlaws murder bandidos, or pagans, or Hell's Angels, but they must not kill the innocent. I pledged to myself that I would apply every forensic skill I could muster to develop evidence to identify and convict these homicidal sociopaths. I transferred the sorted remains back to the gurneys, rolled them to refrigerated compartments, scrubbed, and changed to street clothes. Then I rode the elevator to search out my boss. I want to work this, Dr. Lamanche. I want to nail these bastard child killers. Lamanche held up a hand. Temperance, slow down. This is not something I'm in a position to do. I will speak with Monsieur Patineau. Stéphane Patineau was the director. He made final decisions for the crime and medico-legal labs. I will speak with him first thing Monday morning. Now go home. Bonne fin de semaine. I wished him a good weekend, too. 20 minutes later, I opened my apartment door to the sound of a ringing phone. Ryan would be here in 40 minutes, and I wanted time for a shower. The machine clicked on, and soon I heard Isabelle. Tempi, if you're there, pick up. C'est important. I reached for the handset. Hello, Isabelle? Turn on the television. CBC, now. I picked up the remote and clicked on the set. Then I listened in horror. Lieutenant Detective Ryan had been under investigation for several months. He has been charged with possession of stolen goods and with trafficking and possession of controlled substances. Ryan has been suspended from duty without pay pending a full investigation. Tempi. Isabelle's bark snapped me back. Tempi, he's in jail. I've got to go, Isabelle. I'll call you tomorrow. I hung up and dialed Ryan's apartment. No answer. By 9, I knew he wasn't coming. At 10, I took a long, hot bubble bath, zapped a carton of frozen spaghetti, and took it to the living room. Then I tried reading. Bertie joined me. No good. I'd seen Ryan's image on the screen, hands cuffed behind his back. How could I have been so wrong about him? It had to be a mistake. The spaghetti cooled on the table. Rain fell steadily now, drumming the windows with a soft, ticking sound. My Carolina spring seemed very far away. Andrew Ryan was a criminal. Emily Ann Toussaint was dead. My daughter Katie was somewhere on the Indian Ocean. I often phone Katie when I'm feeling down, but for the past few months that had been difficult. She was spending her spring on semester at sea, circling the world aboard the SS Universe Explorer. The ship wouldn't return for another 5 weeks. I took a glass of milk to my bedroom and cracked the window and stared out, thoughts swirling like 5 o'clock traffic, doubting my world would return to normal for a very long time. I spent the next day in constant activity, unpacking, cleaning, shopping for food. I avoided radio and television, glanced only briefly at the paper. The Gazette featured the Toussaint murder. Schoolgirl killed in bloody shootout. Beside the headline was a blow-up of Emily Ann's 4th grade photo. Her hair was braided and bowed at both ends with large pink ribbons. I refused to read or listen to reports about Ryan. I wanted to hear from him. All morning I left messages on his machine, but got no response. Ryan's partner, Jean Bertrand, had also gone incommunicado. I could think of nothing else to do. I was certain no one at the CUM or SQ would talk about the situation, and I knew none of Ryan's family or friends. After a trip to the gym, I cooked a dinner of chicken breasts with prune sauce, glazed carrots with mushrooms, and saffron rice. My feline companion would no doubt have preferred fish. Monday morning I rose early, drove to the lab, and went directly to see Lamanche. He told me to talk with Stéphane Patineau as soon as possible. Patineau was on the phone. He waved me in and I took a chair opposite his desk. When he finished his call, he leaned back and looked directly at me. Dr. Lamanche tells me you want to get involved with the Emily Ann Toussaint investigation. The director of Opération Carcajou has asked if I could assign one of my personnel to act as liaison to his unit. With this war heating up, he'd like to be sure the crime lab, the medico-legal staff, and his investigators are all on the same page at the same time. I didn't wait to hear more. I can do it. He lifted a paper from his desk and handed it to me. There's a meeting at 3 this afternoon. I'll call to tell them you're coming. He rose and walked me to the door, then asked, Is there positive on the Vaillancourt brothers? We'll know once their medical records show up, hopefully today. He gave me a 2 thumbs-up gesture. Go get 'em, Tempi. Mondays are busy for every coroner and medical examiner, and this one was no exception. As Lamanche went through the cases, I thought the meeting would never end. A young girl had died in the hospital, and the mother admitted only to shaking her. 3 years is beyond the age for shaken baby syndrome, and a contusion suggested the child's head had been slammed against a hard surface. A 32-year-old paranoid schizophrenic was found with his stomach open, innards spewing onto the carpet of his bedroom. The family claimed the wound was self-inflicted. A 44-year-old woman was beaten to death in her apartment. Her estranged husband was being sought. Medical files had arrived for Donald and Ronald Vaillancourt. So had an envelope of snapshots. When the pictures were passed around, we knew that at least one twin lay in pieces downstairs. In a splendid Kodak moment, Ronald Vaillancourt stood bare-chested, flexing his upper torso. The see-no-evil skull decorated his right chest. Lamanche turned the Vaillancourt documents over to me. By 10:45, I knew which twin had broken his fingers. Ronald Leclerc Vaillancourt had fractured his second and third left digits in a barroom brawl in 1993. I also knew who had not been a healthy kid. Donald Leclerc Vaillancourt was hospitalized several times during his childhood. As a toddler, he experienced prolonged periods of nausea and vomiting, the cause of which was never diagnosed. At the age of 6, scarlet fever nearly killed him. At 11, it was gastroenteritis. Leclerc had also taken his lumps. A broken nose and cheek, a knife wound to the chest, a blow to the head with a bottle. As I closed the dossier, I smiled at the irony. The turbulent life of the brothers would provide a diagram for sorting their bodies. Their many misadventures had left a skeletal map. Opération Carcajou was headquartered in a modern 3-story structure on the shore of the St. Lawrence River, directly across from Old Montreal. Inside glass doors sat a stuffed wolverine, the totem for which the unit is named. I entered a conference room to find a dozen men seated around a rectangular table. The unit's director, Jacques Roy, rose when he saw me. "Dr. Brennan, we are so glad you're doing this for us. It will be a great help to my investigators as well as to the folks at your lab. Please." He gestured to an empty place at the table. Jacques Roy would give a quick overview of the Quebec biker scene. When Constable Quickwater arrived, he would report on the major case management session he'd attended at the FBI Academy. The next 2 hours revealed a world that few will ever know. That glimpse sent a shudder through my body and a chill into my soul. Roy spoke from the front of the room. Outlaw motorcycle clubs began on the west coast of the United States shortly after World War II. Some returning vets couldn't adjust to the social requirements of peace and took to roaming the countryside on Harley-Davidsons, harassing the citizenry and generally making themselves obnoxious. The Hells Angels took their name and the helmeted death's head symbol from a World War II bomber squadron. From the founding chapter in San Bernardino, California, they spread across North America. Today, the big four are the Hells Angels, the Outlaws, the Bandidos, and the Pagans. All but the Pagans have chapters outside the States. A man sitting across the table raised his hand. "How big are we talking here?" "The Hells Angels have over 1,600 members. Most are in the United States and Canada." "What qualifies as an outlaw motorcycle club?" "Technically, those clubs not registered with the American Motorcycle Association or the Canadian Motorcycle Association. Only 1% of all motorcyclists." Roy indicated a stack of notebooks in the center of the table. "There's information in those about the structure of outlaw motorcycle clubs, but today I want to take a look at the local scene." He clicked on a projector. The screen filled with the image of a clenched fist, swastika tattooed on the wrist, the letters FTW in red and black rippling across the knuckles. "The basic philosophy of outlaw bikers can be summed up in one phrase. Fuck the world. Your colors and brothers come first and demand total loyalty. Non-whites need not apply." Roy clicked to the next slide. The screen showed a black and white photo of 16 men arranged in 3 ragged rows. All were unshorn and wore sleeveless leather vests accessorized with pins and patches. Their tattoos would have impressed a Maori warrior. So would their scowls. "This is the infamous North chapter. 5 of these guys were liquidated by their brother angels and the chapter became extinct. Ever since the Hells Angels formed back in the 40s, their rules have prohibited heroin and the use of needles. The members of the North chapter were too attached to their coke and decided to go their own way. In June of 1985, these 5 guys were found taking the cement siesta in the St. Lawrence Seaway. Roy indicated a gaunt man squatting in the front row of the photo. War was declared when this Hells Angel killed an outlaw in a drive-by. For several years after that, it was open season. The present war involves the Angels and a Canadian group called the Rock Machine. The machine was on its last legs, but appears to be undergoing a major resuscitation, since members have recently been spotted wearing patches identifying them as tentative bandidos. Tentative? I asked. The machine has been granted hang-around status where the bandidos decide if they're worthy to prospect. Roy clicked to a slide that was a map of Montreal. Currently, the Rock Machine is battling the Hells Angels over control of the province's illegal drug trade. The disputed turf involves the north and east sides of Montreal and parts of Quebec City. Since 1994, there have been hundreds of bombings and arsons and no less than 114 murders. The starting lineup is about 265 for the Angels, 50 for the Rock Machine. But both sides have puppet clubs that align with them. These puppet clubs are the dregs of bikerdom, and they'll do anything to prove their balls to the big dogs. I pictured the shattered flesh that had been the Vaillancourt brothers, and asked Roy, "The heathens are aligned with the Rock Machine and the vipers with the Hells Angels?" "C'est ça." At that moment, Martin Quickwater appeared in the doorway. When he saw me, his eyes narrowed, but he said nothing. Jacques Roy nodded to him. "Ah bon, Monsieur Quickwater can give us the FBI perspective." But that was not to be. Quickwater had urgent news. The body count was about to go up. By sunrise the next day, I was at the Vipers Clubhouse in Saint-Basile-le-Grand. The building stood alone on an acre of land that was entirely enclosed by an electrified fence. Surveillance cameras dotted the barrier's upper rim, and powerful floods lit the perimeter. Gates at the highway end of the road were electrically operated and monitored from inside the house. When we arrived, they stood open, and no one questioned us via the intercom. Though I could see a remote camera focused on us, I knew no one was watching. The warrant had already been served, and unmarked cars, cruisers, coroner transport vehicles, and the crime scene van were parked along the side of the drive. Quickwater drove through the gates and parked. As he cut the engine, he glanced sideways at me, but said nothing. I returned the pleasantry, grabbed my pack, and got out. The gravel road on which we'd entered went through an open field and ended at a ring of asphalt encircling the house. Waist-high cement cones bordered the asphalt, placed to prevent parking within 15 feet of any wall. The arrangement reminded me of Northern Ireland in the early 70s. Like the citizens of Belfast, the bikers of Quebec took the threat of car bombs very seriously. As we trudged up the drive, dawn gave way to morning. Though I could see my breath, I knew the day would warm with the sun. An hour ago, when Quickwater had picked me up, the sky had been as black as my mood. I didn't want to come here, I didn't want to deal with Mr. Personality, and most of all, I didn't want to unearth more dead bikers. What Quickwater told us yesterday had caused a weight to settle over me. As I'd listened to his account, I knew that what was to have been peripheral involvement on my part, undertaken only to permit me to work on Emily Ann's case, would now become a major task, and the thought of all I'd have to do was pressing me down like a schoolyard bully. I reminded myself that a 9-year-old child lay in the morgue, and her shattered family would never be the same. I was there for them. The Viper shooter who'd obliterated the Vaillancourt brothers had been willing to deal. Facing his third bust and murder 1 charges, he'd offered the location of 2 bodies. The Crown had countered with 2nd degree. Voilà. Daybreak in Saint-Basile. Gravel crunched underfoot, and now and then a pebble dislodged, skittered across the uneven roadbed, and rolled into a side trench. Birds twittered and scolded, announcing their displeasure over our arrival. Suck eggs, I thought. My morning began before yours. Don't be a baby, Brennan. You're annoyed because Quickwater is a jerk. Ignore him. Do your job. Just then he spoke. I need to find my new partner. He's just been loaned over to Carcajou. Though Quickwater didn't offer a name, I felt sympathy for the unlucky cop. I took a deep breath and looked around as I followed him. One thing was clear. The Vipers were never going to win the Landscaper of the Year award. The front of the property was a good example of what nature preservationists in the U.S. Congress had fought to protect. The bottomland that stretched to the highway was a sea of dead vegetation splayed against the reddish-brown spring mud. The scrub forest behind the house had been left to the decorating of its quadrupedal inhabitants. When we crossed the asphalt and entered the courtyard, however, a design plan was evident. Inspired by the better prisons of America, the enclosure had all the essentials, including 12-foot brick walls topped with surveillance cameras, motion detectors, and floodlights. Wall-to-wall cement covered the ground with basketball hoops, a gas barbecue, and a doghouse with chain-link run. Steel doors had replaced the original courtyard gate, and the garage entrance was steel-reinforced and welded shut. On the trip out, the one time Quickwater had spoken was to give me the basic history of the property. The house was built by a New Yorker who'd made his fortune running booze during the days of the Volstead Act. In the mid-'80s, the Vipers bought it from the smuggler's heirs, put $400,000 into renovations, and hung up their logo. In addition to the perimeter security system, the boys had installed bulletproof glass in all first-floor windows and steel plating on every door. None of that mattered this morning. Like the gate, the clubhouse door stood wide open. My first reaction was surprise at the lavish outfitting. If these guys needed to make bail or hire an attorney, all they had to do was hold an auction. The electronic equipment alone would have netted them F. Lee Bailey. The house was built on multiple levels with a metal staircase twisting up its core. We crossed a black and white tiled hallway and started to climb. To my left, I got a glimpse of a game room complete with pool and foosball tables and a full-length bar. On the wall above the liquor collection, a coiled snake with fleshless skull, fangs, and bulging eyeballs grinned down in orange neon. At the far end of the bar, a bank of video monitors provided 16 views of the property on small black and white screens. The room also held a large television and a sound system that looked like a NASA control panel. A patrolman from the Saint-Basile Police Department nodded as we passed. At the second level, I noted a gym with at least half a dozen pieces of Nautilus equipment. 2 weight benches and an assortment of free weights sat in front of a mirrored wall to the left. The Vipers were into body image. On level 3, we crossed a living room done in late millennium biker bilious. The carpet was deep red plush and locked horns with the gold on the walls and the blue in the fabric of the oversized couches and love seats. The tables were brass and smoked glass and held an assortment of snake sculptures. Wood, ceramic, stone, and metal serpents also lined the windowsills and snarled from the top of the largest TV I'd ever seen. The walls were decorated with posters, enlargements of snapshots taken at club soirees and runs. In shot after shot, members flexed sweaty muscles, straddled cycles, or held up bottles and cans of beer. Most looked like they came from a point on the IQ curve that sloped low and very gently. We wound our way past 5 bedrooms, a black marble bath with a sunken jacuzzi, and open-glass shower the size of a squash court, and finally into a kitchen. There was a wall phone to my right with an erasable message board bearing numbers, gibberish and alphabetic code, and the name of a local attorney. To my left, I noticed another staircase. "What's up there?" I asked Quickwater. No response. A uniform from Saint-Basile stood on the far side of the room. "It's another rec room," he said in English, "with an outside deck and 10-person spa." 2 men sat at a wooden table framed by a small bay window. One disheveled, the other pressed and groomed to perfection. I looked at Quickwater, who nodded. My heart sank. Luc Claudel was the nameless, unfortunate newly partnered with Quickwater. Great, now I'd have to work with Beavis and Butthead. Claudel was speaking, now and then tapping a document that I assumed was the search warrant. The man he was addressing looked less than pleased with his morning. He had fierce black eyes, a hooked nose that did a sharp left just below the hump, and more hair on his upper lip than a bull walrus. He scowled at his bare feet as he clenched and unclenched the hands that dangled between his knees. Quickwater nodded at the walrus. "The Neanderthal is Sylvain Bilodeau. Claudel is explaining that we're here to do a little gardening." Bilodeau glanced at Quickwater, then at me, his eyes hard and unsmiling, then refocused on opening and closing his fists. A tricolor serpent wound the length of his arm and appeared to sway as the muscles tensed and eased. I suspected Quickwater's metaphor had done our Paleolithic cousins an injustice. After a few more words, Claudel stopped talking and Bilodeau shot to his feet. Though he couldn't have been over 5'3", he looked like a poster boy for steroids. For a moment he said nothing. Then, "This is shit, man. You can't just bust the fucking here and start digging the place up." His French was so heavily accented with backcountry joie that I missed a lot of the words, but I definitely caught his drift. Claudel rose and looked Bilodeau in the eye. "That's exactly what this little piece of paper says we can do. And, as I explained, you've got two choices. You can show class and just sit tight like a good little boy, or we can haul you out of here in handcuffs and treat you to free accommodations for an indefinite period of time. It's your choice, Nose." Claudel pronounced the nickname in a mocking tone. Good handle, I thought. "What the fuck am I supposed to do?" "You're going to reassure your friends that it's in the best interests of their continued good health not to drop by here today. Aside from that, your day is going to be leisurely. You'll do absolutely nothing. And Caporal Berenger is going to stay here to watch you do it." "I'm just taking care of business here. Why the fuck do you have to show up this morning?" Claudel reached out and clapped Nose on the shoulder. "Life is timing, Nose." Bilodeau shrugged free and stomped to the window. "Fucking son of a bitch!" Claudel held up his hands in a "what can I do" gesture. "Maybe you've got bigger problems than we do, Nose. Guess the brothers won't be thrilled about your sleeping on watch." Bilodeau crisscrossed the room, pacing like a caged animal. Then he stopped at the counter and pounded it with both fists. "Fuck!" His neck muscles bulged with rage, and a vein throbbed like a tiny stream in the center of his forehead. After a moment he turned, scanned from face to face, then pinned me with a look of Charles Manson intensity. He uncurled one fist and pointed a trembling finger in the direction of the front entrance. "That motherfucking turncoat prick of yours better get it right the first time, because he's a walking dead man." The turncoat prick in question had been waiting 100 yards away in the back seat of an unmarked jeep. As part of his plea bargain, he'd agreed to take us to the grave site. We left the house and went directly to the jeep. I took the front passenger seat and Claudel climbed in back while Quickwater continued down the road to check with the recovery team. Our informant was a middle-aged man with celery-green eyes and dull red hair pulled into a ponytail at the back of his head. With his white skin, lank hair, and pale reptilian eyes, he looked like something that had evolved in the waters of an underground cave. Viper was an appropriate affiliation. Claudel spoke first. "This better be good, Rinaldi, or your folks can start planning a funeral." Rinaldi drew smoke into his lungs, held it, then blew 2 streams through his nose. "Who's the broad?" "Dr. Brennan will be digging up your treasure, Frog." Rinaldi puffed air through his lips. "I'm not making this shit up. There are 2 guys eating dirt out there. Circle the house and watch for dirt track off to the right. I know this spot when I see it. There was a wooden shed." We circled the house and cut into the woods. Rinaldi's road was little more than 2 tracks, and the cars and recovery van behind us moved sluggishly through the mud and wet vegetation. At one point, Rinaldi held up his hands. "There, that's it." He pointed to the roofless walls of a small wooden structure. Everyone got out. Rinaldi did a 360, hesitated briefly. "This place has changed, man. I don't remember so many trees. We used to come out here to light bonfires and get wasted." Claudel stared at him. "I don't care how you and your friends passed your summers, Frog. You're running out of time here. You're going to be doing 25 hard ones, and we're all going to read about how they found you with a pipe up your ass on the shower room floor." Rinaldi's jaw muscles bunched, but he said nothing. On the right, the land sloped gently to a small creek. Rinaldi cut through a stand of long-needle pines to the bank, looked in both directions, then headed upstream. Quickwater, Claudel, and I followed. Within 20 yards, Rinaldi stopped and waved his scrawny arms at an expanse of bare earth. It lay between the stream and a mound of boulders and was scattered with branches, plastic containers, and cans, and the usual detritus thrown up by seasonal flooding. "There's your fucking graves. If the broad knows her shit, she'll find them." I surveyed the area Rinaldi indicated. More than 10 years of seasonal flooding. There wouldn't be a single indicator. No depression, no insect activity, no modified vegetation, nothing to hint at an underground cache. Claudel looked a question at me. Overhead a crow cawed and another answered. If they're here, Claudel, I'll find them. I said that with more confidence than I felt. The cawing sounded like laughter. By noon, we'd cleared vegetation and debris from an area approximately 50 yards by 50 yards. It turned out he'd never actually seen the bodies, but was going on reliable information. According to gang lore, the victims had been invited for a lawn party, then marched into the woods and shot in the head. Terrific. I'd marked off a search grid. Since bodies are rarely stashed below 6 feet, I'd requested a ground-penetrating radar unit. Working with a radar operator, I dug a test pit outside the search area to allow assessment of density, moisture content, layer changes, and other soil conditions. We had refilled the hole, burying in it a length of metal rebar. The operator had then scanned the pit for control data. He was completing the final tuning of his equipment when Frog got out of the Jeep and sidled over to me. "What the fuck is that?" he asked, indicating a set of devices that looked like a contraption from Back to the Future. Just then, Claudel joined us. "Frog, you could benefit from some new adjectives. Maybe get one of those calendars that shows you a different word every day." "Fuck you." In a way, I appreciated the English expletives. They were like sounds of home in a foreign land. I looked to see if Frog was merely mouthing off, but the pale green eyes suggested a genuine interest. Okay, where he was going, Frog wouldn't be having a lot of scientifically broadening experiences. "It's a GPR system." He looked blank. I pointed to a terminal plugged into the cigarette lighter of a four-wheel drive vehicle. "That's the GPR machine, ground-penetrating radar. It evaluates signals sent from an antenna and produces a pattern on that screen." I indicated a sled-like structure with an upright handle and a long, thick cable connecting it to the GPR box. "That's the antenna. When an operator pulls the antenna across the ground, it transmits a penetrating signal, then sends data to the radar machine, which evaluates the strength and rebound time of the signal. If there's something in the soil, the signal is distorted." "So this thing can tell you where you've got a stiff?" "Not a body specifically, but it can tell you there's a subsurface disturbance, and it can provide information about its size and location." Frog looked blank. When you dig a hole and put something in it, the spot is never the same as it was before. The fill may have less density, a different mix, or different electrical properties from the surrounding matrix. And the thing that's been buried, whether it's a cable, unexploded ordnance, or a human body, will not send the same signal as the soil around it. Rinaldi nodded. "Ashes to ashes. What if the corpse is oozed into tomorrow's drinking water?" The decomposition of flesh can change the chemical composition and electrical properties of dirt, so even bones and putrefied corpses may show up. An hour later, the search was done. The results were better than I'd hoped. Readings from the 3rd and 13th north-south transects showed disturbances with lengths and widths roughly equal. But it was the profile from the 11th sweep that held my attention. Superimposed over grid line 11 north was a series of bell-shaped curves, one inside the next, like ribs on a skeleton. A disturbance lay at a depth of approximately 5 feet. The anomaly was roughly 6 feet long and 3 feet wide. Grave size. We decided that I would dig that location while Claudel and Quickwater investigated the other 2 disturbances. After I laid a simple grid around each site, they would remove the earth in thin slices, screening every shovelful. After 30 minutes, a shovel chinked loudly in Claudel's pit. My head flew up and my stomach tightened. A blade had struck something hard and unyielding. As Claudel watched, the technicians and I revealed the contour. The object was rusted and caked with mud, but the shape was unmistakable. "Tabernacle, c'est un Weber." One of the technicians joked. "Eh, Monsieur Claudel, you planning a barbecue? Throw on burgers, bring out the long chairs, maybe invite girls?" Claudel left the grill to his teammates and walked back to 11 north, 4 east with me. I resumed troweling at the north end while Claudel stood over my helper in the south. By 2 o'clock we were down approximately 3 feet, and I'd spotted nothing in the pit or screen to indicate I was nearing a burial. Then I saw the boot. It was lying sideways, the heel projecting slightly upward. Within minutes, I'd found the mate. Handful by tedious handful, I peeled away dirt until the pair was fully exposed. The leather was wet and badly discolored, the eyelets bent and rusted, but both boots were reasonably intact. Neither contained leg or foot bones. Not a good sign. I had a desire to grab a spade and tunnel straight down, but strip mining was not the answer. Tiresome as the process was, I knew proper technique was crucial. Maximum recovery of bones, artifacts, and contextual detail would be important in a case like this, so I plodded on, loosening dirt, then transferring it to buckets for screening. Claudel and I saw the white flecks at the same time. He looked at me with raised brows, and I nodded. Looks like lime. That usually means there's somebody home. As the sun moved slowly toward the horizon, 2 skeletons emerged. They lay on their sides, one in a fetal position, the other with arms and legs bent sharply backward. The skulls and the leg and pelvic bones were devoid of flesh and stained the same tea-brown as the surrounding soil. The foot and ankle bones were encased in rotting socks, the torsos covered with shreds of putrefied cloth. The fabric enveloped each arm, clinging to the bones like some scarecrow parody of a human limb. Wires circled the wrists, and I could see zippers and large metal belt buckles nestled among the vertebrae. The photographers were shooting stills and videos when Frog talked his guard into another visit. He tipped the brim of an invisible hat to the skeletons in the pit. "Allô, bonjour." Then he turned to me. "Or maybe I should say bonjour for you, lady." I ignored the bilingual pun. "Fuck, do they look gross. Anything else in there with them?" he asked, peering into the grave. The eyes glinted like a rat sitting on a carcass. "Bad decision about that party, eh?" Yes, I thought. A deadly decision. I began cleaning the blade of my trowel, using activity to calm myself. 2 bodies lay dead at our feet, and this little rodent was getting high on it. I turned and saw Quickwater walking in my direction. "There's something you need to see." This better be good, I thought. I trudged across to the site of the disturbance to which Quickwater's team had been assigned. The object of Quickwater's concern lay 1 meter down. What they'd discovered made no sense at all. I closed my eyes and listened to cows lowing softly in the distance. Somewhere life was calm, routine, and made sense. We wouldn't finish the recovery that day, so answers would need to wait. I looked around, but couldn't see Claudel. I turned to Quickwater. "I need to talk to your partner." Quickwater held up a finger. Then he pulled a cell phone from his jacket, punched in a number, and handed it to me. Claudel answered almost immediately. "Your partner didn't think 2 skeletons were enough, so he found us a 3rd, I said. "Sacre bleu." "Well, it's not exactly a skeleton. From what I can see, bachelor number 3 consists of a skull and a couple long bones." "What do you want to do?" "Let's get all the bones out, then shut it down until daylight. The Saint-Basile police will have to seal off the property and post a watch at each grave. It shouldn't be too hard to guard the place since it has tighter security than Los Alamos." "The homeowners aren't going to be thrilled." "Yeah, well, this isn't how I'd planned to spend my week, either." It took less than an hour to bag the bones and dispatch them to the morgue. Then I covered the holes with plastic sheets and left them in the care of the police. Predictably, Quickwater and I returned to town in silence. At home, I tried Ryan's number, but got no response. Dawn found us all reassembled at the Vipers' picnic ground. Overnight, words of the bodies had leaked to the media, and an invasion force greeted us on our arrival. I reopened each grave and began where I'd left off, starting with the double burial. I excavated to a depth of 6 feet, but found only a few hand bones and another pair of boots. I did the same with Quickwater's site, growing more baffled with each scoop of dirt. Aside from the skull and leg bones, the pit was completely sterile. Another thing was eerie. Though the grave with the 2 skeletons had been rich with insect remnants, the one at 3 North 9 East produced not a single fossilized larva or pupa casing. I could see no explanation for the difference. By 5, we'd refilled the holes and loaded my equipment into the crime scene van. As Quickwater exited the gates, a TV crew surrounded the Jeep, refusing to allow us to pass. I lowered the window, leaned out, and told them in graphic terms to clear the way. I settled back and closed my eyes, knowing there would be no conversation from Quickwater. Who was this third victim? How had he died? Those answers I hoped to find in the lab. But where was the rest of the skeleton? As I'd removed and packaged the bones for transport, I'd watched closely for signs of animal damage. I saw nothing to indicate scavengers had absconded with the missing parts, nor had I seen any saw or knife marks to suggest the body had been dismembered. So where was the rest of the deceased? I planned Wednesday night as a modified replay of Tuesday. Bath, microwave, Pat Conroy, bed. Except for stage 1, that's not how it went. I'd just toweled off and slipped into a green flannel nightshirt when the phone rang. It was Isabel. Mon Dieu, your face is becoming better known than mine. It was definitely not what I needed to hear. Having done theater and television for more than 20 years, Isabel was one of the best-loved performers in Quebec. Wherever she went, she was recognized. I asked her, did I make the 6 o'clock news? An Oscar-winning performance. How bad was it? Your hair looked good. Did they identify me? Mais oui, Dr. Brennan, but that's not why I called. I want you to come to supper on Saturday. I think you need some social therapy, time away from these dreadful bikers and that Ryan thing. It will just be some of my friends. Besides, I have a surprise for you. There's someone I want you to meet. Isabel was right. A night of frivolity would do me good. Okay, what can I bring? Nothing. Just wear your pumps and be here at 7. After unturbaning and combing my hair, I placed a seafood dinner in the microwave. I was programming the time when my doorbell sounded. Ryan, I hoped suddenly, walking to the hall. It was all a mistake. But if it wasn't, did I really want to see him? Did I want to know where he'd been, what he'd say? Yes, desperately. The self-examination proved unnecessary since the security monitor showed Jean Bertrand, not his partner, standing in the outer vestibule. I buzzed him into the building, then went to the bedroom for socks and a robe. When he stepped inside the condo, he hesitated, as if trying to compose himself. After an awkward moment, he extended his hand. It felt cold when I shook it. Hello, Tempe. Sorry to surprise you like this. Apparently, surprising me was a hot thing these days. I nodded. His face was drawn, and a dark crescent underscored each eye. Normally an impeccable dresser, he wore faded jeans tonight and a rumpled suede jacket. He started to speak again, but I cut him off with a suggestion we move to the living room. He chose the sofa, and I curled into the chair opposite. Bertrand studied me, his face tense with emotions I couldn't read. In the kitchen, the microwave hummed warmth into my white fish, carrots, and curried rice. This is your party, I thought, refusing to break the silence. Finally, about Ryan. I got your call, but I just couldn't talk about it then. What exactly is it? He's out on bail, but he's been charged with... I know the charges. Don't be angry with me, Tempe. I had no idea where you stood in all this. For God's sake, Bertrand, how many years have you known me? I knew Ryan a hell of a lot longer. Evidently, I'm a lousy judge of character. Neither of us seems to excel in that area. I hated myself for being so cold, but Bertrand's failure to call had hurt. When I had needed information important to me, he'd blown me off like I was a drunk on the street with his hand out. Look, I don't know what to tell you. I hear that when they're finished with Ryan, he won't qualify for a paper route. It's that bad? They've got enough to nail him into tomorrow. What is it they've got? When they tossed his apartment, they found enough methamphetamine to fry a third-world nation and over $10,000 worth of stolen parkas. Parkas? Yeah, those Canuck things everyone's pissing their pants to own. And witnesses, videos, marked bills, and a trail of stink leading right straight to the center of the dung heap. Bertrand's voice betrayed his emotion. He took a deep breath. There's more, a shitload more, but I can't talk about it. Please understand, Tempe. Look, I'm sorry I left you hanging. It took me a while to work through this myself. I just didn't believe it, but... He broke off, afraid to trust his own voice. I guess the guy never quite left his past behind. As a college student, Ryan had gotten into booze and pills, eventually dropping the academic life for life on the edge. A knife-wielding cokehead had nearly killed him, and the wild child reversed course, became a cop, and rose to the rank of lieutenant detective. I knew all that, but still... I learned that someone ratted Ryan out, and for all I knew it could have been you. But it's not important now. The son of a bitch is dirty, and he deserves what's coming down. For a very long time, neither of us spoke. I could feel Bertrand's stare, but refused to meet it or say a word. The microwave beeped, then shut off. Silence. Finally, I asked, "Do you really think he did it? For the past few days I've done nothing but chase down leads to show that he didn't do it. Anything, anyone. All I wanted was one tiny hint of doubt." When he made a 0 with his thumb and index finger, I could see a tiny tremor in his hand. "It wasn't there, Tempe. But it doesn't matter anymore. At first I thought, no way, not Andrew Ryan. Then I learned the case against him." He took another deep breath. "Look, Tempe, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for this whole goddamn mess. I'm not sure who I am anymore or where the world's going. And I'm not sure if it's worth the price of a ticket to ride." When I looked up, Bertrand's face was filled with pain, and I knew exactly what he was feeling. He was trying not to despise his partner for succumbing to the greed, all the while hating him for the deep, cold emptiness his betrayal had created. Bertrand promised to let me know if he learned anything. When he left, I trashed the fish and cried myself to sleep. The next day, when I arrived at the lab, the Carcajou investigators already had names for the skeletons from Saint-Basile: Félix Martineau, age 27, and Robert Gately, age 39. On the evening of August 24th, 1987, the two had left Gately's apartment on Rue Hochelaga, heading for a party. Gately's old lady did not know the name or address of the host. Neither man was seen again. The differences in age and height made the task of individuation considerably easier than with the Vaillancourt brothers. As soon as I'd finished with the skulls and jaws, I'd given them to Marc Bergeron for odontological analysis. Bergeron entered my lab Friday morning and confirmed the identifications as positive. "Have you started on the third victim, Tempe?" "Not yet, but shall we take a look?" I went to the storage shelves and pulled the box containing the third Saint-Basile victim. Since the remains were coated with dirt, I placed a screen in the sink, set them in it, and ran warm water over them. The long bones cleaned easily, so I laid them on the drain board and began brushing mud from the outside of the skull. Its weight told me that the cranial interior was packed solid. When the facial features were clear, I inverted the skull and let the tap water run over the base. Then I crossed to my desk to fill out a case identification card. When I returned to the sink, Bergeron held the skull in his hands, turning it face up, then rotating it for a lateral view. He stared at the features a long time. Oh my. When he handed me the cranium, I repeated his movements. One look and I knew I'd been wrong. The smooth forehead and occiput, slender cheekbones, and small mastoid processes told me that bachelor number 3 was clearly of my own gender. The victim had been young. I could see a jagged line across the top of the ball, indicating that fusion of the growth cap was incomplete at the time of death. "She was just a kid," I said. "Probably in her teens." I held the skull under the faucet and teased away dirt with a soft bristle toothbrush. I'd spotted a small round hole slightly above and behind the ear opening. I estimated its diameter at approximately 1 centimeter. The perforation didn't look like a bullet entrance. Its border was smooth and rounded, like the inside of a donut hole. When Bergeron left, I set the skull upside down in a rubber ring and adjusted the water so it ran gently into the foramen magnum. Then I went back to photographing Gately and Martineau, documenting skeletal features relevant to their identifications. Periodically, I checked the unknown female's skull. Just before noon, as I was draining sediment, something broke free and tapped against the cranial interior. I inserted my fingers and delicately manipulated the object free. The device was less than 4 inches long and consisted of a length of tubing with a valve at one end. I cleaned it and placed it on a tray. Unsure as to what it was, I went in search of a pathologist. Marcel Morin was at his desk. He looked up when I tapped on the door. "Got a minute?" "But of course." I entered the office and placed the tray in front of him. His eyebrows rose behind rimless glasses. "Ah, a surgical implant. It looks like a ventricular shunt, but I'm not a neurosurgeon. You might want to talk to Carolyn Russell. She's done some neural consults for us." He flipped through his Rolodex, jotted down a number, and handed it to me, saying, "She's at the Montreal Neurological Institute." I thanked him, went to my office, and dialed. Dr. Russell was in a meeting, so I left a message. I just hung up when the phone rang. It was Claudel. "You've talked to Bergeron?" "He just left." "So, to make the jump from the list of missing to the list of dead." I waited for him to go on. "We've started making calls, but no one knows a thing. Of course, they wouldn't tell us spit if we hauled their grandmothers out of that hole. What about the third guy?" "The third guy is a girl. What does Frog know about her?" "Not a thing. What can you tell me about her?" "She was a white female in her mid to late teens." "I'll get a list of missing teenage girls. What time frame?" "Go back 10 years. I'd say the victim's been dead at least 2 years, but with what we've recovered, I can't really pinpoint an upper limit. I have a feeling this was a secondary burial. I think she was dug up and moved to the place we found her." I'd hardly replaced the receiver when the phone rang again. Carolyn Russell could see me at 3. The Montreal Neurological Institute is located to the east of the Royal Victoria Hospital, across Rue Université. I arrived at Russell's office sweaty and panting from my trek through the hospital. I introduced myself. "Sorry I'm late. I had a little trouble finding you." "Yes, this building is confusing. Please sit down." I took the container from my purse and handed it to her. "I know you're very busy, and I don't want to take up any more of your day than necessary." She looked at it, then unscrewed the cap and slid the implant onto a piece of paper on the blotter of her desk. "This is an old one. I don't think they've made this model for years. It's a shunt implanted for the treatment of hydrocephalus." Hydrocephalus? I knew the term, but was surprised to hear her say it. What other misfortunes would I learn about this child? It's commonly known as water on the brain, but that's not really accurate. Cerebral spinal fluid is constantly produced in spaces in the brain called ventricles. Normally, it circulates through the 4 ventricles and flows over the brain's surface and down the spinal cord. Eventually, it's absorbed into the bloodstream. But if drainage is blocked, fluid will accumulate, causing the ventricles to swell and press on the surrounding tissue. This is a ventriculoperitoneal shunt. It drains into the peritoneal cavity. In the living patient, you would have been able to feel the bottom tube running under the skin that overlies the ribs. That part of the device is missing. "I found a small hole in the skull near the parieto-temporal junction," I said. "That's a burr hole. It's drilled during surgery to insert the upper end of the shunt into the brain." I gathered my jacket and she returned the shunt to its jar. I thanked her for her help. I left the neuro and went directly to Carcajou headquarters for the second of Jacques Roy's review sessions. The meeting was already in progress, so I slipped into a back seat. "Most outlaw motorcycle clubs are organized according to the Hells Angels model. We'll come back and look at that structure in some detail. All clubs have membership which is very selective, and prospects, or strikers, are required to prove themselves to earn their colors. The colors, or club patch, are the members' most valued possession. Not everyone wears colors, however. Individuals who are useful to the gang are allowed to interact as associates without actually joining. The primary focus of the club is criminal activity. Each club has rules that condone violence to further the interests of the club and its members. Intelligence gathering is intensive, including the monitoring of other gangs and of law enforcement personnel. The clubhouse, which is often strongly fortified and elaborately outfitted, is the meeting place for club activities." I thought of the Viper's house in Saint-Basile and wondered what activities could have included a 16-year-old girl with hydrocephaly. Roy placed a transparency in the overhead projector. It was a tree titled Political Structure of an OMC, National. Roy explained the political structure of an outlaw motorcycle club. Each chapter has its own controlling body, or executive, elected by the members. The rank-and-file members have a say in matters affecting the group, but the president makes the final decisions. At the bottom of the chapter hierarchy are the prospects, the hang-arounds, and the women. Women are the lowest level of the hierarchy and fall into one of two categories. The old ladies are wives, either common law or legal, and are off limits to other gang members, except by invitation. The club mamas, or sheep, are a different story. How shall I put it? They mingle freely. They get the women into exotic dancing, drink hustling, street-level drug trafficking, prostitution, then rake back the earnings. I felt a knot forming in my stomach. How do they find these women? The usual. They pick them up in bars, hitchhiking, runaways. But don't get me wrong. While many are victimized, some held against their wills, a good number of these ladies embrace the lifestyle with gusto. Macho men, drugs, alcohol, guns, round-the-mountain sex. It's a wild ride, and they go along gladly. The women also make themselves useful in ways not strictly sexual or economic. Often it's the ladies who carry concealed drugs or weapons, and they're very good at ditching when a bust comes down. Some make very effective spies. They hire on with government agencies, the phone company, any place they might have access to useful information. Roy glanced at his watch. On that note, I think we'll call it a day. It was after 7 when I got home. I microwaved green beans and split a rotisserie chicken, stashing half in the refrigerator for Saturday lunch. Then I got out my bottle of Maurice's Piggy Park barbecue sauce, a vinegar and mustard concoction of the Eastern Carolinas. I dined in front of the tube, opting for the NBA playoffs. At 11, Bird followed me to bed, where he circled twice before settling behind my knees. We were both asleep in minutes. I was awakened by the sound of the doorbell. When I stumbled into the hall, I was greeted by an enormous green eye. I took an involuntary step back from the security monitor. The eye withdrew and was replaced by my nephew's face. I pressed the button to allow him in. Birdie brushed my legs, then looked up with round yellow eyes. Don't ask me, Bird. Kit rounded the corner with a duffel bag in one hand, a brown paper sack in the other, and a backpack slung from each shoulder. Auntie T, he boomed in his rowdy Texas drawl. He dropped the duffel and packs and gave me a hug. He held out the paper bag. A little something from the waters of Vermont. I peered down the empty hallway. Is Howard with you? Nope. He headed his hiney south. Oh? As I closed the door, I felt a trickle of apprehension. Needed to get back to the oil game, but I'm going to hang for a while, if that's cool with you. Sure, Kit, that's great. A while? I eyed the mound of luggage and remembered my last visit from his mother. My sister Harry had come for a 5-day conference and ended up staying for weeks. But right now I'm bushed. Is it okay if I shower and siesta for a few? Sleep as long as you like. Then I want to hear about your trip. I went to the kitchen and sniffed Kit's package. Definitely fish. I stashed it in the refrigerator pending further instructions. Then I made coffee and settled with the paper at the dining room table. That's when the weekend went off course. Death toll reaches 120. Bodies of 2 more bikers identified. The story was on the 3rd page of the front section. What I hadn't expected was the photo. I was kneeling by a grave with a skull in hand. As usual, the caption identified me as an American forensic anthropologist. The article was accompanied by 3 other photos, the usual headshots of the victims and a view of the entrance to the Vipers clubhouse. It described the exhumation of Gately and Martineau and recounted the story of their disappearance. There was a brief recap of the biker war and an explanation of the revised body count. What followed shocked me. The text went on to discuss a baffling 3rd victim, accurately describing the partial remains found in the other pit. It concluded by stating that, to date, the young woman's identity remained a mystery. How the hell had they gotten that? Someone had talked to the press, and that was unacceptable. Who knew about the girl's bones? Intending to deal with the question on Monday, I circled my mind back to reading, shopping, and Isabel's party. I went to the phone and dialed Isabel's number. "Isabel, my nephew showed up this morning and he's going to be staying with me a while. I don't feel right about leaving him alone on his first day here." "But of course not. You will bring this nephew with you tonight." "He's 19. "Extraordinaire. I think I was once that age. I remember taking LSD and wearing a great many bad outfits. I will see you and this young man at 7:30. I agreed and rang off. Isabel lives on Ile des Sœurs, a small chunk of land in the St. Lawrence owned for generations by the Grey Nuns, but recently colonized by an order of yuppies. Following the failure of her third marriage, she signed divorce papers, sold her home and all its contents, and sallied forth. With her new what-the-hell mindset, Isabel had chosen a safari theme. Her decorator had blended natural fabrics that looked like they'd been approved by the World Wildlife Fund with simulated leopard and tiger skin. The king-sized bed in the master suite was swathed in a canopy of mosquito netting. Kit was enthralled, or at least appeared to be. I heard the doorbell sound, then Isabel called my name. The final diner had just arrived and was handing his trench coat to Isabel. When I saw his face, my jaw dropped in surprise. I shot Isabel a "just wait till later" look, which she ignored. Isabel beamed. "Tempi, this is Lyle Crease. I'm sure you've seen him on television." I could place the face now. He was an investigative reporter with CTV. "And Lyle, I know I don't have to tell you Dr. Brennan's name. We call her Tempi." When I allowed Crease to take my hand, he leaned close and kissed me first on the right cheek, then on the left, in traditional Quebec fashion. I stepped back and mumbled something I hoped he'd interpret as cool but polite. Then Isabel raised her champagne glass in Kit's direction. "I think, in honor of this handsome young Texan, tonight we should all practice our English. Please, everyone, come to the table. There are little cards beside each plate." Isabel retreated to the kitchen. As I'd suspected, I was next to Crease. Kit was on my right. Between bites of veal, I stole peeks at Lyle Crease. His hair and teeth were flawless, his creases as sharp as I remembered. The only imperfection I spotted was a sprinkling of dandruff across his collar. Isabel soon stepped in, directing the conversation like an air traffic controller. "Tempi has been working on these dreadful biker gang murders. Can you tell us something about them?" Kit's interest perked up at the new topic. "What are you doing with bikers, Aunt Tempi?" "Last week the director asked me to look at some murder cases." "How many?" "Quite a few." Kit persisted. "More than the Bee Gees?" "5. Kit's eyes were huge. 5 people iced in 1 week? Everyone else at the table had gone quiet. 2 of them were killed in 1987. We recovered their bodies this week. Who were the others? 2 were bomb victims. 1 was a little girl accidentally killed during a drive-by shooting. Lyle Crease asked a question. "Are you counting the young woman whose bones were found in Saint-Basile-le-Grand?" "No." He reached for his wine. "Have you identified her?" "No." "Who are you talking about?" Kit asked. "Near the grave of 2 of the bikers, we also found some other bones. It's a young woman, but we don't know who she is or if she's connected with the Vipers. Her burial could predate their ownership of the property." "Who are the Vipers?" "They're a puppet club for the Hells Angels." "And the bikers are killing each other?" "Yes, it's a power struggle for control of the drug trade." One of the dinner guests said, "Why not just let them? View it as a form of sociopath self-regulation." I sighed. Because innocents like Emily Ann Toussaint, who was 9 years old, get caught in the crossfire. Isabel then turned her spotlight on Kit, who told about his trip and concluded, "Then my daddy motored on to Texas, and I dropped in on my aunt, the biker buster." He raised his glass to me, and everyone followed suit. Kit continued, "It's kind of weird, because my daddy bought me a motorcycle about a year ago." I was dismayed, but not surprised. Howard was my sister Harry's second husband, a West Texas oil man with more money than sense, and a defect on the double helix that made him incapable of monogamy. They'd divorced when Kit was 6. Howard's approach to fatherhood was to lavish toys and money on his son. "What kind of motorcycle?" asked Isabel. "It's a Harley-Davidson. Pop's really into Harleys." I listened as my nephew talked. He had a reverence for and knowledge of motorcycles. Perhaps the timing of his visit was fortunate. He could help me understand this strange world I was entering. It was almost midnight when we said goodbye. Kit offered to get the car. The rain had stopped, but a strong wind blew off the river, bouncing branches and shrubs and swirling wet leaves across the ground. In less than a minute he pulled up, then got out and circled to the passenger side. When I'd settled behind the wheel, he tossed a brown envelope into my lap. "It was on the windshield, stuck under a wiper. You must have an admirer." I looked at the envelope. My name appeared in red magic marker. I stared at the letters, an alarm sounding deep in my brain. Who knew I would be on the island tonight? Who could have recognized my car? Gingerly, I prodded the contents. I could feel the bulge of something hard. Kit reached up and turned on the interior light. "Maybe it's tickets to the expos." I reached into the mailer, my fingers closed around a small glass jar. When I withdrew the container and held it up to the light, I felt bile rise in my throat. "Holy shit, Aunt Tempy. Who did you piss off?" The eyeball rested on the bottom of the jar, pupil up, tendrils of flesh floating in the cloudy liquid. The organ was blanched and partially collapsed, and one side appeared to have a jagged tear. Though tightly sealed, the container gave off a familiar scent of formaldehyde. A folded paper was stuck to its bottom. Kit reached over and pulled off the note. "Own T. Survey." "What does that mean, Aunt Tempy?" "We're watching you." Once home, I wrapped the jar in a series of plastic sacks and sealed it in a Tupperware canister. Then I cleaned out the vegetable drawer and placed it in the refrigerator. Kit watched in silence, a puzzled expression on his face. "I'll take it to the lab on Monday." "It's a real eye, isn't it?" "Yes." "Think it's a joke?" "Probably. Now I'm off to bed. Tomorrow we'll find something fun to do." "That's cool. Mind if I listen to some music?" "Be my guest." Kit's musical choice was Black Sabbath. He played it until 2:15. I slept late the next morning. Knowing the diurnal rhythm of teenagers, I didn't expect to see Kit before noon, so I threw on my gear and hiked to the gym. After working out, I picked up bagels and cream cheese, and a few goodies to go on top of the cream cheese. My nephew appeared around 1:15, the cat trailing languidly behind. As Kit ate, I laid out the options. "It's a gorgeous day out there. I suggest outdoor activities." "Agreed." "We can take in the Jardin Botanique, prowl around up on the mountain, or pedal the path along the Lachine Canal." "Do they allow skates?" "I think so." "I'll bet you're a popper on rollerblades. Harry's pretty good." Huh. Why do you call your mom Harry?" "I don't know. She wasn't domestic back then. Don't change the subject. Are you up for inline skating?" "Sure." "You're a can of corn, Aunt Tempy. Let me grab a shower and we're on our way." It was after 5 when we turned in the skates and pads and headed to Chez Singapore for an Asian dinner. Then we rented the Pink Panther and A Shot in the Dark and laughed as Inspector Clouseau demonstrated how one could be both part of the solution and part of the problem. Not until I lay in my bed, tired and achy and full of popcorn, did I even remember the eye. I tossed and turned, trying not to picture the object in my refrigerator and the evil person who put it on my car. Monday, arriving at work, I took the jar to the biology section and made a request. We gave the sample an unregistered number, and the technician said she'd call with results. I had a suspicion about the eye's origin, which I hoped was wrong. Back in my office, I logged onto my terminal and searched the database for cases consisting of unidentified partial female skeletons. The computer came up with 26 numbers spanning the past 10 years. I requested those cases lacking femora. No go. Specific bones had not been recorded. I would have to request the actual files. Wasting no time, I walked down the hall to the records department. A slim woman in black jeans and a peasant blouse occupied the front desk. I was unable to count the number of studs and rings displayed in each of her ears. I'd never seen her before. Bonjour, I'm sorry, but I don't think we've met. One shoulder shrugged. Name's Jocelyn Dion. Jocelyn, this is a list of files I need to review. I gave her my office number, then left. Jocelyn brought me the dossiers within an hour, and I spent the next 3 hours going through them. I found out that the skull and leg bones we'd found in Saint-Basile were not the missing parts of a body recovered earlier. That was clear. At least not a body recovered in Quebec. Okay. Unless Claudel came up with a name, the next step would be CPIC, the Canadian Police Information Center. Easy enough. If that failed, we'd go to NCIC, the National Crime Information Center operated by the FBI. There was nothing to suggest that the girl was local. She could have traveled north from the States. Ally McBeal's therapist was right. I needed a theme song for times when I felt stressed. Running down the road, trying to loosen my load, got a world of trouble on my mind. Maybe. Slow down, you move too fast. Got to make the morning last. As I reached for my lunch sandwich, an image of Saturday night's grotesque offering flashed across my mind. Again, my skin went cold and prickly. Forget it. It could be a pig's eye. Your picture was in the paper, and any moron could have stuck it on the car for laughs. If anyone is out there watching, it's some twisted nitwit without a life. I am woman. Watch me. Definitely no. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Oh, boy. Game plan. Finish the reports on Gately and Martineau, finalize those on the Vaillancourt twins, talk to Claudel. Life is under control. This is my job. There is no reason to feel stressed. That thought had hardly materialized when the phone rang, destroying the calm I had worked so hard to achieve. A female voice said, "I have a call from Mr. Crease. Hold, please." Before I could stop her, he was on the line. "I just want to say that I really enjoyed Saturday night. Would you be free to have supper some night this week?" "I'm sorry, but I'm really swamped." I could be free until the end of the next millennium, and I wouldn't dine with Lyle Crease. The man was too glib for my taste. "Can I have your nephew as a consolation prize? Kit's a fabulous kid." Fabulous? I have a friend who owns a motorcycle shop. He must stock 5,000 items of Harley-Davidson paraphernalia. I think Kit would find it interesting. The last thing I wanted was my impressionable young nephew under the influence of a media smoothie, but I had to agree Kit would enjoy it. "Then it's cool with you if I give him a call?" "Sure." Cool as dysentery. 5 minutes after I hung up, Quickwater appeared at my door. He gave me his usual stony stare, then flipped a folder onto my desk. Forms. For me to fill out? Quickwater was preparing to ignore my question when his partner joined us. Claudel gestured at the packet on my desk. "If you get the papers filled out, I can access the Canadian Police Information Center, while Martin does the National Crime Information Center. How long will you need?" "Give me an hour." With only 3 bones, I'd have little to say. After turning over the forms to Quickwater, I completed the Gately and Martineau reports and walked them to the secretarial office. When I returned, Claudel was seated in my office, a computer printout in his hand. "You were right with the age, but a bit off on the date of death. 10 years wasn't enough. Her name was Savannah Claire Osprey, Charlotte, North Carolina. Isn't that your hometown?" "I'm from Charlotte." Claudel read from the printout. "She was reported missing in May of 1984, 2 weeks after her 16th birthday. The shunt and the dentals were unique, so the computer spit the name right out. I called the Charlotte PD and actually talked to the reporting officer. According to her, the mother got the case entered, then dropped it cold. There was the usual media frenzy at first, then things died down. The investigation went on for months, but nothing ever turned up." "Troubled kid?" "There is no history of drug or discipline problems. The hydrocephaly caused some learning disabilities and affected her eyesight, but she wasn't retarded. The child was hospitalized frequently because of problems with the shunt. These episodes were preceded by periods of lethargy, headache, sometimes mental confusion. One theory is that she became disoriented and wandered off. Off what, the planet? What's the other theory? Claudel flipped open a small spiral notebook. The father, Duane Allen Osprey, a real charmer with an arrest record longer than the Trans-Siberian Railway. It wasn't beyond him to slam her into a wall. Seems Duane found his daughter a disappointment, called her water brain. They think he murdered his own daughter? It's a possibility. Whiskey and rage are a deadly cocktail. The theory was that things got out of hand, he killed her and then disposed of the body. How did she end up in Quebec? An insightful question, Dr. Brennan. With that, he rose and was out the door. I sighed and leaned back in my chair. You bet your prim little ass it's an insightful question, Monsieur Claudel. And I'm going to answer it. I took a deep breath. As usual, Claudel had made me furious. When I felt calmer, I dialed Kate Brophy at North Carolina's State Bureau of Investigation headquarters in Raleigh. Kate picked up on the first ring. Hi, Kate, it's Tempe. Hey, girl, are you back in Dixie? No, I'm in Montreal. When are you going to get your skinny tail down here so we can tip a few? My tipping days are over, Kate. Oops, sorry, I knew that. Kate and I had met at a time when I was as committed to alcohol as a college freshman on spring break. But then the glass became a bottle, and the late-night binges required no company. That show had closed down, and I wasn't about to re-raise the curtain. Why I'm calling is, ever hear of a young girl named Savannah Claire Osprey? Tempe, is this a joke? Absolutely not. I heard her take a deep breath. The Osprey disappearance was one of the very first cases I worked for the Bureau. It was years ago. Savannah Osprey was a 16-year-old kid with a lot of medical problems. Didn't hang with a wild crowd, didn't do drugs. One afternoon she left her house and was never seen again. The local police suspected the father, but no one could find a thing to prove it. Do you think he was involved? It's possible. It was common knowledge the old man used her for a punching bag. He died about 5 years after his daughter disappeared. He was such a peckerwood shit, and she was such a pathetic little thing that the case really bothered me. I've kept her bones all these years. I gripped the phone, barely breathing. What did you say? The parents never accepted it, but I know they're hers. I still have them stored at the medical examiner's office. Her remains were found? 9 months after Savannah disappeared, a female skeleton turned up near Myrtle Beach. That was the thing that shined the light on Duane Osprey. The day of his daughter's disappearance, Daddy made a trip to Myrtle Beach. Did you recover a skull? No, that was the main problem. The victim had been dumped in the woods and then covered by a sheet of corrugated tin. Animals pulled parts of the body out and scattered them all over creation. The skull and jaw were never found, and we figured they'd drag them off. The bones left under the tin were intact, but weren't very useful. Why do you think it's Savannah? We found a small silver charm in the vicinity of the bones. It was a bird of some sort. Though she denied it, I could tell from the mother's reaction that she recognized the thing. Later, I did some research. The charm was an exact replica of a fish hawk. The fish hawk is also known as the osprey. I told her about the skull and leg bones in Montreal. Is the mother still around? Anything's possible since they cloned that sheep. I'll find out. Do you still have the file? You bet. Antemortem x-rays? Zillions. I made a quick decision. Get those bones, Kate. I'm coming down. Patineau authorized the trip, and I booked a morning flight to Raleigh. Kit and I had a late dinner that night, both of us avoiding mention of the bundle in the entrance hall that I had brought from the lab and would be taking with me. The plane was crowded with the usual assortment of students, businessmen, and weekend golfers. Outside, the morning sun was painting the clouds a luminescent pink. When we broke through, I could see a tiny shadow plane paralleling the one in which I rode. Yes, that was it, I thought. That's how I saw the girl at my feet. Though I now had a name, in my mind's eye she remained a shadowy ghost on a formless landscape. I hoped this trip would change that image into a firm identification. Kate met me at the Raleigh-Durham airport, and we drove directly to her lab. She'd already brought the remains from the medical examiner's office in Chapel Hill and secured a room where we could work. One by one, I arranged the bones, placing each in its correct anatomical position: ribs, vertebrae, pelvis, long bones. One fact was immediately clear: both femora were missing. I added the bones from Saint-Basile to those that lay on the table. While they did not complete the skeleton, neither did they duplicate any element. Kate spoke first. "Looks like a match for size and muscular development. She must have been a tiny thing." She went to the side counter and withdrew a 5x7 envelope and shook free several pictures. It was so sad. Most of Savannah's classmates had no idea who she was, and Charlotte is not that big a place. She was one of those people that no one remembers. Born 1968, died 1984. Kate held out a snapshot. The girl sat on a blanket, one scarecrow arm clutching her middle, the other held palm out to fend off the picture-taker. She wore a one-piece bathing suit that showed skin so pale it was almost blue. She'd been hiding her face, but the camera caught her looking up, eyes enormous behind thick lenses. As I stared at the wan little face, I ached inside. What could have prompted an attack on someone so fragile? Did a stranger force her at knife point, then strangle and leave her to the dogs? When did she realize she was going to die? Did she scream in terror, knowing no one would hear her cries? Kate pulled X-rays from a large brown envelope and popped them onto a wall illuminator. "This is a cranial series taken just 4 months before Savannah disappeared." I got my X-rays from the athletic bag and clipped them next to the hospital films. The surgical burr hole was clearly visible in every view, the shape and position identical on the ante-mortem and post-mortem films. There was no doubt that the skull unearthed in Saint-Basile was Savannah Claire Osprey. But could we link the skull and femora to the partial skeleton found near Myrtle Beach? Using a bone saw, I cut a 1-inch chunk from all of the tibiae and fibulae that Kate had been saving all these years. She watched in silence as the circular blade buzzed through the dry bone, sending up a powdery white spray. I told her, "I've already had microscope slides made from one of the Saint-Basile thigh bones. When I get back, I'll do the same with these samples, then I'll examine everything under high-powered magnification." "What will that tell you?" "Age, for one thing. I'll see if that's consistent between the two sets of remains. I'll also look for details in microstructure that might be useful." Later, we crossed the parking lot to Kate's car as afternoon sun glared off cement and warmed my head and shoulders. When we were buckled in, I asked, "Do you think her father did it?" "I don't know, Timpy. Some things didn't add up. Dwayne Osprey had a drinking problem and was mean as a snake, but the fact that he lived in Charlotte meant some village was deprived of its rightful idiot. I mean, this guy was stupid. I never thought he could kill his child and transport her body to another city, then cover his tracks completely. He just didn't have the neurons. Besides, a lot was going on that week." "Such as?" "Every year in mid-May there's a huge motorcycle rally in Myrtle Beach. It's a mandatory run for Hells Angels chapters in the South, and a lot of pagans usually show up as well. The place was crawling with bikers that week, everything from outlaw to rubby." "Rubby?" "Rich urban bikers. Anyway, that's how I ended up on the case. My boss thought there might be a gang connection." "Was there?" "We never found one." "What do you think?" "Hell, Timpy, I don't know. Charlotte is right on Highway 17, en route to Myrtle Beach, and there are dozens of motels and fast food joints along there. With all the traffic heading to and from South Carolina that week, she could have just bumped into some psychopath pulling off the highway for chicken and biscuits. Maybe someone killed her just for wearing glasses. Or for no reason at all, like Emily Ann Toussaint." I reserved a room at a Red Roof Inn on I-40 and booked a morning flight. Then I tried Kit but got no answer. Surprised, I left a message and the number for my cell phone. "What would you like to eat?" Kate asked. "Meat. Red meat marbled with real fat." By the time our cobbler arrived for dessert, we'd focused on the central question. The bones in Montreal were without a doubt Savannah's. For the bones found here, the jury was still out. If death occurred in Montreal, the Myrtle Beach bones were not Savannah's. If the Myrtle Beach bones were Savannah's, part of the skeleton had been moved. This assumption presented several possibilities. Savannah died in Myrtle Beach. Savannah died elsewhere, then her body was brought to Myrtle Beach. Savannah's body was dismembered, parts either brought to or left in Myrtle Beach, then the skull and leg bones separated and transported to Canada. But if the body had been deliberately separated, why were there no cut marks on any of the bones? The key question remained, how did Savannah, either in whole or part, alive or dead, end up in Quebec? Here's my thinking, Kate said. First of all, Savannah's skull was found on biker property in Quebec. The Vipers are a puppet club for the Hells Angels, and the Angels were gathering just down the highway from Savannah's hometown the week she disappeared. Her skeleton turned up in Myrtle Beach State Park, a stone's throw from the party venue. Seems worth looking into. But you did that, Kate. We didn't have the Quebec link, but the early 80s were a wild ride for Carolina bikers. Let's pull out my gang files and look at bikers. And that's what we did until my cell phone rang at 5:23 a.m. The call was from Montreal. Les Appartements du Soleil were anything but sunny. The building was dark and cheerless, its windows clouded by grime and painted shut by decades of careless maintenance. From where I stood, I could see into each of the rooms that made up the squalid little flat. The place looked as if its occupant had been holding a garage sale, though the filth and stench would have discouraged even the most ardent bargain hunter. Every elevated surface was heaped with tools, magazines, paperback books, bottles, and broken appliances. A pyramid of beer cans rose almost to the ceiling at the far end of the living room, with torn and curling posters tacked to the wall on either side. The poster on the right advertised a Grateful Dead concert. Below it, a white power fist advocated Aryan purity. On the top left, a poster entitled Le Hot Rod showed a penis in Ray-Bans. As far as I could see, the only furniture available for practical use consisted of a formica table and a single chair in the kitchen, a twin bed in the bedroom, and an armchair in the living room. A body now occupied the armchair, its head a distorted red mass above a blackened torso and limbs. Embedded in the flesh, I could see a shattered skull and facial bones, a partial nostril with mustache skirt, and one complete eye. The lower jaw hung slack but intact, showing a purpled tongue and rotten teeth stained brown. Someone had collected shards of bone and brain pudding and sealed them in a Ziploc bag. The plastic sack lay in the man's lap, as though he'd been put in charge of watching over his own brain. La Manche had been and gone. Since the body wasn't badly burned and decomposition was only moderate, I wasn't really needed, but that hadn't been clear in the early stages. I was in transit from Raleigh, and Quickwater had picked me up at the airport and brought me here. Michel Charbonneau stood across the room, his face the color of Pepto-Bismol, his hair projecting in clammy spikes. At that moment, Quickwater emerged from the kitchen. The victim was known to have gang connections, so Carcajou was involved. Blood was everywhere, speckling the ceiling and walls and mottling objects stacked against the baseboards. The constable joined Charbonneau, and the two stood watching a team examine bloodstains in a corner behind the victim. Video footage, photos, measurements. I took a deep breath, approached the detectives, and asked Charbonneau, "Where's Claudel?" "Checking out a suspect, but he'll be here soon. These guys got the moral qualities of dung beetles." "This is definitely gang-related?" "Yeah. The guy that's not looking too good over there is Yves Desjardins, street name Cherokee. He was a predator." "Where do they fit in?" "The Predators are another Hells Angels puppet club." "Like the Vipers?" "You got it." "So this was a rock machine hit?" "Probably, though I understand Cherokee hasn't been active in years. Colon cancer." "What had he done to anger the opposition?" "We found about 2 kilos of coke hidden in the Big Brave's underwear drawer. That's probably what inspired the surprise visit. But who knows? Maybe it was retaliation for the Marcotte hit." "Spider?" Charbonneau nodded. "Were there signs of forced entry?" "There's a broken window in the bedroom, but that's not how they got in. Looks like the window was popped from inside." "So how did the killer get in?" "He must have let them in. But let me show you something." I followed Charbonneau to the body. Close up, the smell was a nauseating blend of charred wool, gasoline, excrement, and putrefying flesh. "Check out the tattoos." Cherokee's right hand was in his lap. Despite a thick layer of soot, a cluster of skulls was clearly visible on his right wrist. There were 15 in all, arranged in a pyramid like the mysterious offerings found in European caves. 13 of the skulls had black eyes, 2 had red. "They're like notches on a gun. Black means he killed a male, red a female." Pretty stupid to advertise. Yeah, but our boy here was old school. I looked at the body again. I could see shotgun pellets in the flesh that had been his face. Charbonneau pointed at the small braided carpet below the victim's feet. It was badly charred, as was the underside of the chair. Flames had probably engulfed the body, but then, lacking fuel, petered out. "Typical biker shit. Blast the target, then torch the body. Only this team must have failed arson 101. Why would this guy open the door if he was dealing coke in someone else's backyard? Maybe his colon backed up into his brain. Maybe he was smacked on drugs." Claudel arrived at that moment, and Charbonneau excused himself to join his colleagues. The morgue vehicle pulled up as I was surveying the assemblage, and 2 attendants hopped out, released the rear doors, and withdrew a gurney. In seconds, the transport team knocked on the door. Claudel admitted them. I crossed to the detectives. Claudel did not interrupt his account of the interview with the prime suspect, a man named George Dorsey. Claudel gestured toward the northwest corner where the recovery team was still measuring and filming bloodstains. "You think that wall is a mess? Dorsey's jacket looks like he wore it in the slaughtering house at a stockyard. Of course, the little roach hasn't the brains to pull the wings off a moth." Charbonneau asked, "Why did he hang on to it?" "He was probably too cheap to part with the leather, and he figured we'd never link him." "He was spotted here Monday night?" "Just after midnight." "What's his story?" "He's having a little trouble remembering. It seems Dorsey drinks a bit." "Any ties to the victim?" "Dorsey has been a heathen's hang-around for years. They let him drive and deal a little grass, so he thinks he's hot stuff. But he's so low in the hierarchy he needs a snorkel just to breathe." Charbonneau shook his head in disgust. "Maybe he saw the hit as his big chance for upward mobility." "Undoubtedly, but George Dorsey isn't going to be mobile for a long time." Something about the scene bothered me. I kept remembering the slides I'd seen at Carcajou headquarters, and what I was seeing didn't ring true. I addressed Claudel. "Isn't this a little different from their normal method of dispatch?" Claudel turned in my direction. "Excuse me? Isn't the shotgun off from the MO for a biker hit? And the botched fire? This seems so messy." Charbonneau cocked an eyebrow and shrugged. "Things happen. Maybe the perp was interrupted." Claudel gave me a look implying infinitely strained patience. "You may be very good at digging up bodies and measuring bones, Miss Brennan, but those skills are not at the heart of this homicide investigation." Claudel checked his watch. "Sergeant Detective Charbonneau and I will drop you off." We crossed the room, and I took one last look at the chair where Yves Cherokee Desjardins had died. It was empty now, but a port-colored cloud marked the place where his head had rested. Dark rivulets curved from each lobe, like the talons on a raptor greedy for a kill. Though we drove through bright sunshine, my thoughts were dark. When I had volunteered for the Carcajou unit, it had been to help solve the Emily Ann shooting, not to join the Murder of the Day Club. I rode in back, my mind shifting between Yves Cherokee Desjardins and Savannah Claire Osprey, victims as different as Charlie Manson and the Sugar Plum Fairy. Why did I have the bones of a dead girl at my feet and visions of mutilated bikers in my head? Why wasn't I heading for Place Jacques Cartier, thinking about dinner, dancing, or drinks with a lover? But I couldn't handle the pleasure of drink, and I had no lover. When Charbonneau pulled up where we worked, I said a terse thank you, slammed the door, and headed up the block toward the main entrance. Before I got to the end of the wrought iron fence, my cell phone rang. It was Kit. I was relieved and annoyed to hear his voice. Though I'd called several times since leaving for Raleigh, Kit hadn't once picked up. "Did you get my messages, Kit?" "Yeah. Bad timing. I was out, then when I got in, I hit the sack. Figured you wouldn't want me to call that late. I was with Lyle Crease. For 2 days? The guy's okay. We went to that cycle shop. Man, he wasn't exaggerating. They've got more shit than the Harley factory. Oops, sorry. I'll be home by 6, I told Kit. Tell me what you'd like and I'll throw something together for dinner. That's why I'm calling. Lyle said he'd take me to the TV studio so I can watch them do the show tonight. Have you ever been at the station when they actually do the news? Yes, it's very interesting. So, if you don't mind, I'd really like to go. Sure, that sounds like fun. Suddenly, he switched. Did the girl turn out to be who you thought she was? Yes. That's cool. Can I tell Lyle? It's not official yet. Better wait until the coroner releases her name. No sweat. So, I'll see you later. Bye. Lyle Crease. Was that bastard going to use my nephew to wheedle information that he couldn't get directly from me? Upstairs, I secured Savannah's remains in my evidence locker and gave one set of bone samples to Denis, the histology technician. He would use a microtome to cut slices less than 100 microns thick, then stain them and mount them on slides for analysis. I took the other set to the DNA section. Next, I reported to La Manche and told him of my meeting with Kate. Temperance, have you discussed this with the people at Carcajou? I mentioned it to Quickwater, but right now everyone is focused on the Cherokee Desjardins murder. The agent in North Carolina believes this child was killed by gang members? Kate Brophy. She believes it's a good possibility. Does she know of any ties between Quebec and Myrtle Beach gangs? No. We had to cut it short when I got the call about Cherokee's body in the fire, but Agent Brophy lent me a great deal of material from their files, including old photos. Tomorrow I'll take everything over to Carcajou and we'll see what falls out. La Manche replaced his glasses. This Carolina skeleton may be unrelated. How soon will they have the DNA results? They're backed up because of the bomber twin case. It's not exactly a recent death. La Manche nodded. But it is an unexplained death, and the remains were found in Quebec, so we will treat it as homicide. At that moment, his phone rang. A polite dismissal. I almost collided with Jocelyn the temp as I left La Manche's office and headed toward my own. She wore large beaded loops in her ears. How are you getting along, Jocelyn? I hope you're not finding the lab too overwhelming. She stared at me with a look I couldn't interpret. I can do the job. As she opened her mouth to say something, a secretary emerged from an adjacent office. Jocelyn hurried off down the hall. I spent the rest of the afternoon clearing my desk of message slips. Nothing urgent. My desk reasonably clear, I drove home and spent another glamorous evening in the oldest French city in North America. Pizza, bath, baseball. The next morning, Denis, the histology technician, came into my lab and opened a copy of Le Journal de Montréal and showed me a picture of myself at the Vipers clubhouse, identifying the mysterious third skeleton as that of 16-year-old Savannah Claire Osprey, according to the coroner, an American missing since 1984. The caption described me as a member of the Carcajou unit. C'est une promotion ou une réduction? I smiled, wondering if Quickwater and Claudel would see the error as a promotion or demotion. I couldn't examine the microstructure of the Myrtle Beach bones because the slides weren't ready. God knew when I'd have DNA results. I decided to organize the material Kate had given me. I emptied my briefcase onto my desk and stacked the photos to my left, the folders to my right. The telephone rang and I picked up. A gravelly voice asked for me. This is Dr. Brennan. There was a long pause and I heard a throat cleared. This is George Dorsey. You're the one who dug up those stiffs. Mr. Dorsey, if you have information about those individuals, you should speak with one of the investigating officers. Ain't you with Carcajou? Not in the sense you mean. The investigating officer... That fuck has his head so far up his ass he's gonna need sonar just to find it. I can't speak with fuck all while this moron Claudel squeezing my nuts. I was growing impatient, but didn't want to risk losing information that might be useful. Are you calling about the skeletons unearthed in Saint-Basile? It was then that my brain locked onto the name. George Dorsey was the suspect Claudel had locked up. Why are you calling me? Because none of these other fucks will listen. I didn't whack Cherokee. That was unskilled labor. That ain't how brothers take care of business. Are you saying Cherokee's murder wasn't gang-related? Fucking A. Then who killed him? Get your ass over here and I'll lay it all out. But this ain't gonna be a one-sided shuck. I've got no reason to trust you. And you ain't my choice for Woman of the Year, but none of these jagoffs will listen. They've launched the D-Day of police fuck-ups and parked me right on Omaha Beach. I'm impressed with your knowledge of history, Mr. Dorsey, but why should I believe you? Got a better lead? I let the question dangle a moment. Loser though he was, George Dorsey had a point. I'll be there in an hour. Dorsey was being held at the Op South headquarters on the outskirts of Centreville. The Op South is churches and bars, boutiques and sex shops, sprawling homes and walk-up flats. The murders of Emily Ann Toussaint and Yves Cherokee Desjardins had taken place within its borders. I met with him in a small interview room. George Dorsey sat on the opposite side of a large rectangular window. He didn't move, but his eyes locked on me as I crossed to the counter and picked up the handset from the wall phone. Dorsey was thin and wiry, with a humped nose and razor-blade lips. A scar started at his left temple, looped his cheek, and disappeared into a circle of plumage around his mouth. With a jerky motion, he yanked the phone receiver from its cradle and placed it to his ear. You got balls coming here, lady. I shrugged. He went on. This asshole Claudel is trying to cut my dick off. Figures if he sweats me hard enough, I'll cop to burning Cherokee. Sergeant Detective Claudel is simply doing his job. Sergeant Detective Claudel couldn't blow a fart and get it right. You were seen at Desjardins' building around the time he was shot. They found a bloody jacket in your apartment. The jacket ain't mine. What kind of moron's going to keep souvenirs after a hit? He had a point. Well, why were you in that neighborhood? That's my business, and it had nothing to do with wasting Cherokee. Do you know who killed him? Look, I'm telling you, that hit was amateur hour. Dorsey leaned so close to the glass I could see dirt in the pores on his nose. It's a goddamn lie. I didn't kill Cherokee. Is that all you can tell me, Mr. Dorsey? The eyes bored into mine, and I could almost smell his hatred. I might be privy to additional knowledge. Work with me and I'll give you the girl. What girl? That sweet little thing you dug up. I stared at him, so angry my heart pounded. You're lying. He raised his eyebrows. But truth is the cornerstone of my life. Peddle it elsewhere, Dorsey. Trembling with anger, I slammed home the phone. I couldn't hear Dorsey's last mocking addendum, but I saw his face as I stormed past the guard. His lips were clear. He'd be in touch. The drive back took almost an hour. An accident had closed all but one of the eastbound lanes. I watched an ambulance squeeze past along the right shoulder, its light pulsing red against the tunnel walls. What would Claudel say when he learned I'd been to the jail? Did Dorsey really know something about Savannah Osprey? I finally broke free, raced down the tunnel, exited at de Lorimier, and drove the last few blocks to the lab. When I got off the elevator on the 12th floor, I knew something was wrong. Along the hall, people in clumps spoke to one another, voices muted, faces tense. What is it? I asked someone. Dr. Lamanche. He collapsed while doing the Cherokee Desjardins autopsy. First thing Friday, I called the hospital. Lamanche was in intensive care with no visitors allowed. The nurse would say nothing more about his condition. Kit's door was closed. I hadn't spoken to him since Wednesday and wasn't sure where he'd been the night before. On arriving home, I had found a note on the fridge. He'd be out late. I shouldn't wait up. I didn't. As I made coffee, I reminded myself to call my sister Harry. While my nephew was 19 and past the age for active shepherding, I wanted to be clear on how much parenting was expected, and for how long. I replaced Kit's note with a reply stating that I'd be home by 5 and requesting the pleasure of his company at dinner. Then I went to work. The atmosphere at the lab was as somber as before. The day's cases were discussed quickly and quietly, without the usual banter. A tree had fallen on a man in Dollard des Ormeaux, crushing him. A couple was found dead in bed in Pointe-aux-Trembles, victims of an apparent murder-suicide. Nothing for the anthropologist. Perfect. That would leave me free to go through the material Kate Brophy had loaned me. If Jacques Roy was available, I'd drive over to Carcajou headquarters and see what he thought. When the meeting ended, I got my mug and went for coffee. Ronald Gilbert was at the counter with one of the new technicians from his section. They were discussing Cherokee's case. "You pulled a real pot of soup for your first time out. I'd like to have a heart-to-heart with Lamanche before I write this up, but I guess that's not going to happen." What did Gilbert mean by a real pot of soup? Later, I found Gilbert in front of a computer screen. "Got a minute?" I asked. He waved me in and pulled a chair next to his. "It's about the Cherokee Desjardins case. The investigators working the Cherokee case are convinced it's a biker hit. I can't nail it down, but something about the scene struck me as being off." I explained my assignment with Opération Carcajou and what I'd seen at the briefing session. "I realize I'm a novice, but maybe that's it. Maybe I'm seeing things through different eyes." "And what do your eyes tell you?" "That the Cherokee murder was sloppy." Gilbert looked at me a long time, then smiled. "So what do you want to know about the Cherokee scene?" "Anything you can tell me." For the next 40 minutes, I listened and watched, interrupting only for clarification. Gilbert was patient and thorough as he walked me through the bloodbath in the apartment. What he said increased my conviction that Claudel was leading us in a dangerously wrong direction. The screen was filled with hundreds of tiny dots. Scattered among them were small bits of flesh and bone. "You're looking at a section of the north wall, right behind the victim's chair. That's forward spatter from the pellets exiting Cherokee's head. Blood from an entrance wound is called back spatter. Look at this." Gilbert hit the keys and a new image filled the screen. It was a similar spray of aerosolized blood, though less densely packed and lacking the larger globs of tissue. "That's from the TV. When the pellets struck Cherokee, blood flew backward." "He was shot sitting in the chair?" "Yes." He entered several more keystrokes, and the image was replaced by a view of the chair where the body had been found. But the gunshot was icing on the cake. If he wasn't dead already, he was well on his way. Look at this. Another image, this one with larger spots and more variation in their size. That's medium-velocity spatter. It was all over the northwest corner of the apartment. He brought up another frame. That's from the ceiling. That's what we call a cast-off pattern. It results from blood being thrown from a moving object. When swinging a weapon, the attacker terminates his backstroke abruptly, then reverses direction to deliver the next blow. Most blood flies off on the backstroke, at least if there's enough force, but some can be thrown on the downward stroke too. So you're saying that he was beaten before he was shot? This trail is one of 5 we were able to identify. My opinion is that he was struck near the corner of the room, fell to the floor, and was then hit repeatedly. After that, he was placed in the chair and shot. Struck with what? Gilbert pooched out his lips. Not my call. Why bludgeon him, then shoot him? Definitely not my call. But there's something else. Again, a mist of high-velocity blood spatter filled the screen, but a portion of the cloud was missing, like a stencil with a cut-out pattern. This is another shot of the wall behind the victim's head. This is called a void pattern. It's produced when an object blocks the path of blood and is then removed. What object? I don't know. Who removed it? I don't know. I hurried back to my office and grabbed my phone. Neither Claudel nor his Carcajou partner Quickwater was in. I had just replaced the receiver when the phone rang. It was my sister, Harry. "Is my baby boy driving you back to the solace of drink?" "He's fine, Harry. I suppose you know that Kit and Howard went at it again." "What was the fight about?" "I'm not sure, but it involved fishing gear. Is he behaving himself?" "Actually, I haven't seen that much of him. I think he's made friends here." "You know Kit. Well, if you could let the little buckaroo stay just a little while, I'd appreciate it. I've had this trip to Mexico planned for a long time, and I'm supposed to leave tomorrow." "You know I love having Kit, but I do want to know how much parental control is expected." "Get real, Tempe. Kit's 19. You can parent until Tinkerbell bites the Pope, but that boy is born to boogie, and that's what he's going to do. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't make him chop cotton. Make sure he keeps his belongings orderly and does the dishes now and again. What if he wants to head home before you get back? No problemo. Howard's given him about 1,100 credit cards. Just make him understand that an early return means his father's place in Austin, not home to Houston. As I was hanging up, Claudel appeared in the doorway, his face so taut the bones seemed to push out on the tissue. You made an unauthorized visit to the jail. Dorsey called me. You should have referred him. He called me because he felt you would not listen. He's just using you to interfere with my investigation. Why won't you even consider that you may be on the wrong track, Claudel? You are out of your league, and I don't have to explain to you. This thing with Dorsey is a very weak bust. But it is my weak bust, madame, and not yours. You were convinced Cherokee was murdered by bikers, and I'm on temporary assignment to Carcajou. He barely concealed his outrage. I am doing what I can to alter that, Miss Brennan. Stay out of my investigation. He walked toward the door. Before leaving, he turned and spoke down his nose. There's one other thing that I should tell you, Miss Brennan. George Dorsey was charged with first-degree murder this morning. Though his words were ice, I could feel the heat all the way across the room. Then he was gone. I took a long breath. I was angry for Dorsey. I was frustrated by Claudel's pig-headed refusal to listen. I was mortified that the man had taken steps to annul my appointment to Carcajou. I knew it had been wrong not to at least notify him of the Dorsey interview. I had handed him a weapon to use against me. The hell with him. I decided to distance myself from the current quagmire of bones and bikers and surly detectives by updating my database on old cases. And that's what I did until it was time to go. On the way home, I swung by the Metro store on Papineau and picked up the ingredients for puttanesca sauce. I wondered if Kit would like anchovies. The evening's cuisine was a moot point. When I arrived at the apartment, no one greeted me but Bertie. A note had been placed on the refrigerator door. My nephew was so sorry. He'd made plans that couldn't be changed. He promised me the entire day on Saturday. I slammed the bags on the kitchen counter, stomped to the bedroom, and kicked off my pumps. Hell, what kind of life is this? Another Friday with the cat and the tube. I couldn't remember when I'd felt so down, and so very alone. The idea popped up without warning. Call Ryan. No, that's past. I remembered a spot just below his left collarbone, a hollowed-out muscle that cradled my cheek perfectly. Call him. I went to the living room phone. When I saw the light, my stomach did a mini-flip. I pushed the button. Isabel. The landing was like that of a gymnast after a bad vault. The machine told me I had 2 entries that had not been erased. I pushed again, hoping Kit had played them and forgotten. The first was Harry, looking for her son. The second message was also for Kit. As I listened, the small hairs rose at the back of my neck, and my breath froze in my throat. After unsuccessfully attempting to decode the garbled message for Kit from a person named Preacher about a meet, I concluded that this probably involved Harleys, and not those owned by a suburban motorcycle club. Impulsively, I dialed Ryan's number. The answering machine replied. My despondency complete, I went to bed. I slept fitfully. At 8, I sprinted to the corner for a Gazette. When I got back, Bertie was curled on a dining room chair, ready for our Saturday ritual. I poured myself some Quaker Harvest Crunch, added milk, and set the bowl next to the paper. Then I got coffee and settled in for a long read. At 10, I phoned the hospital. Madame Lamanche reported that her husband was stable, but still uncommunicative. I went to the gym. I ran the treadmill for 20 minutes, finished with another 10 on the Stairmaster. Then I lifted weights for half an hour and left. My usual routine. In, exercise, out. I arrived home to the same quiet I'd left. Bertie was sleeping off the cereal milk. My nephew was sleeping off something I didn't want to contemplate. I showered and changed, then arranged myself at the dining room table. I sorted everything Kate had loaned me, photos to the left, documents to the right. Again, I began with the photos. The settings were predictable: parking lots, motel pools, barbecue joints. I worked my way through the stack of envelopes, from Sturgis, South Dakota to Daytona Beach, Florida. By 1 o'clock, I'd seen enough. It was time to talk to Kit. I went to the guest room door and knocked. Kit? Yo. It's after 1. I'd like to talk to you. Breakfast or lunch? Yeah. Taking that as an affirmative for the latter, which was my preference, I made ham and cheese sandwiches and added deli dills. When my nephew appeared, I almost lost my resolve. His eyes were red-rimmed, his face the color of cooked oatmeal. Morning, Aunt T. Sorry. I got in kind of late. He was regarding the sandwich as one might a squashed cockroach. You'll feel better if you eat. I just need to wake up a little. I'm fine. Kit, food will help. Perhaps there was no issue. He was 19. He'd had a big night. He was hungover. We'd all been there. Then I remembered the phone message. Who's the preacher? Just a guy I met at the Harley shop when I went with Lyle. He left you a message. Oh? You listen, I can't translate it. Yeah, the preacher's kind of a head case, but he rides this chopped 64 panhead that is truly righteous. He took a long swig of Diet Coke. I'm sorry I stood you up last night, Aunt Tempe. Did you find my note? Yes. What was this event that was so important? A boxing match. How much did you drink last night? Too much. But it was just beer, Auntie. Nothing hard. Just beer? He understood my meaning. If there's one thing you can count on with this boy, it's a negatory on pharmaceuticals. This body ain't much, but I'm keeping it a drug-free zone. I'm very glad to hear that. What about the preacher and his flock? Hey, live and let, Aunt T. I don't ask them a lot of questions. If you mean do they wear colors, the answer's no. Do they hang with guys that do? Yeah, probably. But I'm not going to sell my boat and strike for the Hells Angels if that's what worries you. Kit, outlaw bikers don't draw lines between gawkers and those wanting charter memberships. If they perceive you as even the most minor of threats or even a slight inconvenience, they'll chew you up and spit you into tomorrow. I don't want that to happen to you. I'm just feeling free, Aunt Tempe, having some fun. So is a dog with its head out the car window until it leaves its brains on a utility pole. They're not that bad. Bikers are moral cretins. They sell drugs. They set bombs that butcher women and children. They lock men into trunks, drive them to remote areas, and blow their brains out. Jesus, we had a few beers. You don't belong in that world. I went to a bloody boxing match. The deep green eyes bore into mine. You're on some kind of ride these days. Play me like the old shell game. Allow me to see this. Hide that. You want to know all about me, but when I ask what you're doing, you shut me down. Kit, And it's more than that. Something's going on with this guy Ryan. You put me in the crosshairs because you think I'm shooting chemicals into my veins, but you don't let me ask you jack shit. I was too stunned to speak. Kit dropped his eyes and clamped his upper teeth on his lower lip, embarrassed by the emotion he'd allowed to surface. But he had a point. What you say, Kit, is both fair and unfair. I have put off answers I could have given, but I also am obligated not to discuss open cases or ongoing investigations. That is a requirement of my job and not a matter of personal discretion. Do you really want to know what I've been doing? He shrugged. Whatever. Why don't you shower while I clean up here? Then we'll take a walk on the mountain and I'll lay some things out. Locals call it the mountain, but the small elevation is a far cry from the craggy spires of the Rockies or the lush peaks of my Carolina Smokies. Mont Royal is the vestige of an ancient volcano smoothed by eons to gentle curves. It lies at the heart of the city. It gives more than its name to Montreal. It is the spinal cord on which the city is strung. The mountain is promontories, parks, and cemeteries. It is wooded trails and old mossy rocks. For me, as every Montrealer, The mountain is a sanctuary from the urban tumult at its feet. By early afternoon, the temperature was windbreaker warm, the sky immaculate. Kit and I ascended a wooden staircase to Pine Avenue, then followed a serpentine dirt road to a cement staircase. By the time we arrived at the summit, I was seriously thinking about defibrillation. While I paused to catch my breath, Kit charged to the overlook. "This is awesome." He was right. The view from the top is pure spectacle, a theater in the round of a city in progress. "Come on, Kit. I'll tell you what I've been up to." We settled on a wooden bench. Where should I start? At the beginning. Okay, wise one. Quebec province has the dubious distinction of hosting the only active biker war in the world right now. These gangs are fighting over control of the drug trade, mostly cocaine, some pot and hash. I told him about how Le Clic et Le Clac Vaillancourt were blown up, the recovery of 2 of the bodies near the Vipers clubhouse, and the bones of the girl identified as Savannah Claire Osprey from Charlotte, North Carolina. I backtracked and told him about Emily Ann Toussaint, who got killed the day he and Howard dropped off Bird. Then about Yves Cherokee Desjardins. Finally, about La Manche. Jesus, Aunt Tempy, I feel like a real lowlife. Your boss is sick and you're trying to juggle a zillion separate murders all at once. And what do? I show up, dump a dead fish on your counter, then run around town having fun. We were heading back downhill when Kit broached an unpleasant topic. "So, who's this guy Ryan?" "Just a friend. He's gotten into some trouble. He may have gotten involved in drugs." "Using?" "Selling." I changed the subject. "Whatever happened to that fish?" "It's in the freezer." "Well, here's a plan. We zap Mr. Trout, then peruse Les Motards while he finishes defrosting. Tonight we throw him on the grill, then slide over to Hurley's for a few beers." "It's a salmon, Auntie T. Otherwise, the plan is sound." The Barawan are horticultural people living in longhouse villages on the island of Borneo. When I taught introductory anthropology, I used them as an illustration of the absurdity of Western funerary practices. According to Barawan beliefs, the souls of the dead are released to the afterlife only when the flesh has decomposed. Until that point, the deceased hover in limbo, no longer part of the living, but unable to join the dead. And there's a hitch. Their bodies can be reanimated by malevolent spirits roaming the world in search of housing. Once revived, these living dead cannot be killed. Needless to say, the villagers are not wild about having them around. The Barawan were repulsed and horrified when their ethnographer responded to questions about American customs. In their view, embalming, treatment with cosmetics and waxes, and burial in watertight coffins and vaults are actions of pure folly. Not only are we prolonging the transition of our loved ones, but our cemeteries provide vast storehouses for potential zombies. I wondered how the Barawan would react to Bernard Sylvestre, centerpiece of the photo in my hand. The fish was taking forever to defrost, and in the interim, Kit and I were working our way through Kate's collection of biker photos. Bernard Slick Sylvestre lay in his coffin, mustache and sideburns spread symmetrically on each cheek, hands folded piously on his black leather jacket. 10 men crouched in a semicircle below, denimed and booted. Kit flipped the picture. "Heck, this guy croaked when I was 3 years old." There were 2 more photos of Slick's funeral, both taken from a distance, one at the cemetery, the other on the church steps. I handed Kit the other pictures. "Man, Aunt Tempy, this chopper's one statement in chrome and steel. No wonder the dude rode it right up to the grave." I walked around the table and peered over his shoulder. "It looks pretty stark to me." "That's the point. Raw power. The guy probably started with a garbage wagon, that's an old police cycle, and replace the stock items with streamlined custom parts. This machine is a work of art." The bike was bizarre, but no more so than its owner. He had leather wristbands, a denim vest with assorted Harley-Davidson pins and patches, riding chaps, and more hair than a Wookiee. "I'm going to poke Mr. Salmon again. If he's still cryogenic, we'll nuke him." He was, and we did. We'd just opened our napkins when the phone rang. A rough male voice asked for my nephew. I handed him the phone. "Hey man, what's up?" Kit stared at a spot on the glass tabletop. "No go. Can't do. Not this time." Though muted by my nephew's ear, I could hear the voice on the other end. It sounded harsh, like an angry dog locked in a cellar. "Well, that's how it is." Kit hung up and gave me a big smile, then dived into his fish. The next call came as we were finishing cleanup. Kit answered, but I could hear nothing over the chugging and sloshing of the dishwasher. In a few minutes he reappeared at the kitchen door. "It's Lyle. I guess I told him I like swap meets, so he's inviting us to an estate sale tomorrow." "An estate sale?" "Well, it's a flea market in some place called Hudson. He thought if I called it an estate sale, you might be more inclined to go." While I would have enjoyed a trek to Hudson, it was not worth the price of an afternoon with Lyle Crease. "You go ahead, Kit. It's really very pretty out there. I should stay and finish some things I've been putting off." When Lyle Crease showed up the next morning, I was idly flipping through the photos Kit and I had left on the table the night before. "How's it going?" Crease asked as I let him into the entrance hall. He wore a windbreaker with the CTV News printed on the left breast. His hair looked like molded plastic. Kit said he'd be just a minute. He overslept a bit. Crease chuckled. "No problem. Can I offer you some coffee?" "Oh, no, thanks. I've already had 3 cups this morning." He showed miles of capped teeth. We stood for a moment, unsure where to go from there. His eyes drifted to Kate's photos. "I see you're doing some research." Crease helped himself to a picture, replaced it, chose another. "I understand you're involved in the Cherokee Desjardins investigation." "Only peripherally." "I understand George Dorsey's been charged." "So I've heard." "Think he did it?" This guy never gave up. "I'm really not involved in the investigation." "How about the Osprey girl? Anything breaking on that front?" How about your face, I thought. At that moment my nephew appeared, looking pure urban cowboy, in his Levi's boots and 90-gallon hat. "Be careful," I said, pointing a finger at him. "Careful is my middle name. Christopher, Careful, Howard. Cece to my close friends." He tapped 2 fingers to the brim of his hat. As Crease said goodbye, he placed a hand on my shoulder and gave me a meaningful look. "You take care." What I took was a long shower. Hours later, I was eating dinner with the Discovery Channel. By 10, I was feeling as low as I had on Friday evening. I was overworked, underappreciated, and my never-was lover turned out to prefer the robbers over the cops. My boss had collapsed, my nephew was out with the sleaze of the year. Then the phone rang, and things got worse. "Claudel ici. I thought you should know. George Dorsey was attacked about 2 hours ago, Miss Brennan. Murdered because of your meddling." Suddenly I was speaking to a dial tone. The rest of the evening I was too distracted to focus on coherent thought. I barely acknowledged Kit's return and report that he'd had a really good time. Murdered because of your meddling. That was unfair. Dorsey had asked to see me. Claudel was unfair. I tossed and turned all night and repeated, "Unfair." The next morning I was at work by 7:30. The building was graveyard quiet, and I planned to take full advantage of it. I pulled out the box containing Savannah's remains. I intended to get straight to work and let the Claudel matter arise in whatever manner he chose to raise it. I was still at it when someone knocked at the door. When I looked up, Claudel stood framed in the glass. As usual, his spine was ramrod straight. I opened the door. "Nice tie, Claudel." I laid down a femur and stepped to the sink to wash my hands. "What happened to Dorsey?" "A Phillips screwdriver happened to him. While Dorsey showered, the guard heard a change in the noise of the water, so he took a look-see. Dorsey was face down in the drain with 28 holes in his upper body. But Dorsey didn't die right away. He shared a few thoughts on the ride to the hospital. The paramedic heard him say, 'Brennan.'" My hands froze. Claudel continued, You did talk to Dorsey about Cherokee Desjardins, did you not? Yes, but nobody knows that. These things have a way of getting back. Dorsey was a heathen's hang-around. The boys wouldn't be happy if they thought he was launching a self-preservation movement. I felt tension rise up my neck at the thought I might have triggered the attack. I bunched up the towel and tossed it into the trash. I don't think Dorsey killed Cherokee. I suppose Dorsey claimed he was innocent as the Easter Bunny. Yes, but there's more. I told him about the blood spatter and the void pattern behind Cherokee's head. What if he was killed for whatever was removed? There were a lot of people milling around that scene. Someone could have knocked the thing out of position, or maybe the neighbor snatched it. Dorsey hinted he had something he'd trade on Savannah Osprey. These degenerates will say anything to save themselves. He dropped his eyes and picked a non-existent fleck from his sleeve. There's something I need to discuss with you. Claudel withdrew a picture from his inside pocket. It differed little from Kate's biker photos. The vintage was more recent, the quality better. And one other thing. Kit stood among the group of leather-jacketed men centered in the image. That's your nephew, right? That was taken last week at an establishment called La Taverne des Rapides, the rock machine. He placed a second photo in front of me. Again I saw Kit, this time straddling a Harley, engaged in conversation with two other cyclists. On each back I could see a heavily armed figure in a large sombrero and the words, Bandidos, Houston. That, Miss Brennan, was taken at a swap meet at the Galveston County Fairgrounds. I folded my hands to disguise the shaking. My nephew lives in Texas. Recently, his father bought him a Harley-Davidson motorcycle, and he's become enamored with the two-wheeled culture. That's it. But I will speak to him. I handed back the photos. The Houston Police Department has a jacket on Christopher Howard, arrested 4 months ago. Possession. No wonder his father had hauled Kit up to the North Woods. Claudel went on. Be careful. The paramedic actually picked out 2 of George Dorsey's words. Brennan's kid. I felt someone light a match in my chest. Could they know about Katie? Kit? I looked away, not wanting Claudel to see my fear. I don't want to alarm you, but Constable Quickwater and I think... Oh yeah, Quickwater. He's a lot of laughs. My sarcasm was triggered by anger and fear. Every time I talk to him, he acts like he's deaf. He is. Actually, he's deafened. About 2 years ago, he took a cast-iron pipe in the back of the head while breaking up an alley fight. Then they shot him with a stun gun until the batteries died. How does he function? Extremely well. I mean, how does he communicate? Quickwater is one of the quickest studies I've ever met. I'm told that he learned to lip read in no time and he's crackerjack. For distance communication, he uses email, fax, and TTY, a teletypewriter. My mind was struggling to take this in. I pictured Quickwater at the Vipers clubhouse, then in the conference room at Quantico. But how does he know what's being said when the lights are dimmed, or when he can't see the speaker? A reporter listening by phone transcribes what's being said into a stenotype machine, then a computerized translation is performed and the words are displayed on a video monitor. I was about to circle back to Dorsey when Claudel stood and placed a paper on my desk. I braced myself for more bad news. This is the DNA report on the blood found on Dorsey's jacket. I didn't have to look. The expression on his face told me what the form would say. When Claudel left, I just sat there. DNA doesn't lie. The victim's blood was all over the jacket, meaning Dorsey had killed Cherokee just as Claudel suspected. Or had he? Dorsey had said the jacket was not his. The man knew nothing about Savannah Osprey. He'd been scamming me to save himself, and I had fallen for it. And my visit to the jail had gotten Dorsey killed. Or had it? Was he killed because he was the killer, or because he was not the killer? I swallowed hard. And there was Quickwater. He hadn't been glaring, he'd been reading my lips. And Kit. Were the surveillance shots chance encounters, or was Kit involved with the banditos? Did that explain the preacher? And the eyeball. Did Kit find it on the windshield? Claudel had gotten his report. Damn it, where was mine? I strode down the hall, took the stairs to the 13th floor, and went straight to the DNA section to see Robert Gagné. I'm wondering if you've had time to do the comparison I requested. Eyeball? I nodded. To be compared with sequencing from LML 37729? His memory for case numbers always impressed me. The comparison is done, and it's a match. I thanked him and hurried back to my office. My suspicion had been right. The eyeball belonged to one of the Vaillancourt. A member of the Vipers had probably found it at the scene and kept it for some macabre reason. But who had placed it on my car? At noon, Kit showed up at my office door. "How'd you get onto this floor?" I asked. "I left my driver's license with the guard, and he let me come up." Over brasserie subs and fries, my nephew described his Sunday with Lyle Crease. "The dude's really heads up. It's awesome how much he knows about broadcasting. And he's pretty tight on cycles, too." "Does he ask you a lot of questions?" I wondered how much Crease was using Kit to get information about my cases. "Some. Lyle's amazing. He's interested in everything." Something in his voice told me my nephew had begun to worship Lyle Crease. Okay, I thought, I can live with that. Oily as the guy is, he beats the preacher sight unseen. After lunch, Kit insisted on returning with me to the lab. I obliged him with a short tour. During our rounds, Kit made only 2 comments. I would recall them later and chastise myself for taking no notice. "Who's the freak show?" he asked, after passing Jocelyn at the Xerox machine. "She works in records." "Bet that's a head full of slash and burn." "She has allergy problems." "Right. Nasal spray." The other remark was made in the ballistics section. He called their collection of firearms sweet. When Kit had gone, I went to examine the remains of a stowaway found in a cargo container. By 4:30, I'd finished my preliminary examination. Then I'd washed up, changed, and returned to my office. I was reaching for my sweater when I noticed a color print centered squarely on my blotter. Oh, great, I thought. Here's something new. I reached for the picture, thinking that perhaps it belonged to Claudel. It didn't. The snapshot was old. It was a group shot taken in a camping or picnic area. In the foreground, a crowd of men and women milled around a wooden table. The earth was littered with empty cans and bottles. Loblolly pines rose in the background. One large bag lay upright against a table leg. The logo on it caught my attention. Piggly Wiggly. I dug out a magnifying glass and sat down to examine the image. Within seconds, I found on the bottom of a T-shirt of a gorilloid oaf the words, Myrtle Beach. Barely breathing, I began a close inspection of the persons pictured. Within seconds, I found her. Half hidden in a sea of caps and bushy heads, a frail figure leaned against a tree, little twig arms wrapped around her waist. Savannah Claire Osprey. While I couldn't read her expression, I could sense the tension in her body. From what, I wondered? Excitement? Fear? Self-consciousness? I moved on. The man to Savannah's right looked like a character from The Life and Death of Cormac the Scald. The companion on her other side was very tall, with short hair and scraggly beard and mustache. Could it be? No, this man was much larger. But maybe. I couldn't tell. I'd gotten there too late. Too much damage. Yet there was a resemblance. Had George Dorsey known something after all? Heart pounding, I reached for the phone. When Claudel answered, I identified myself and dived right in. "Did you leave a picture on my desk?" "No." "Someone did. It's an old snapshot taken at a biker gathering. Savannah Osprey is there. The picture was taken in Myrtle Beach." "How do you know?" "I know honeysuckle and kudzu when I see it, and I recognized a Piggly Wiggly logo on one of the grocery bags. It's a chain of supermarkets with several in the Myrtle Beach area." and one of the picnickers may be Cherokee Desjardins. There was a moment of dead air. What makes you think that? He's wearing a belt buckle that says Cherokee. What does the man look like? His features aren't clear, but I never got a look at Desjardins when he was wearing a face. There was another moment of silence, then the sound of an exhaled breath. I'd get photos of Desjardins and come by in the morning. We can try enhancing the image. Set it up, but it'll have to be quick. We're expecting difficulties because of the Dorsey murder, and the whole squad is on alert. I drove home plagued by feelings of self-doubt. What if the man in the photo wasn't Cherokee? Was Kit involved with the bandidos? What had Dorsey been trying to say to the paramedic? I vowed to have it out with Kit before the sun set. Kit greeted me when I entered the condo, as did the aroma of cumin and turmeric. I dropped my briefcase in the entrance hall. Something smells good. My nephew and Kat were sprawled on the sofa, surrounded by remnants of that morning's Gazette. Auntie T, I figured it was my turn to cook. Great. Let me change, and then we'll eat. Wait. First you gotta see this. He dug through the scattered Gazette, then handed a page to me, indicating a headline. Prisoner slain in gang assassination. The article summarized the facts surrounding the Dorsey murder, referring to him as a prime suspect in the execution-style killing of Yves Cherokee Desjardins. It described Dorsey as a heathens associate, Cherokee as a member of the Predators, though inactive in recent years. The story went on to speculate that Dorsey's death may have been ordered in retaliation for the Desjardins killing, and recounted the murders of the Vaillancourt twins, Richard Spider Marcotte, and Emily Ann Toussaint. It reported that Dorsey's funeral would be held as soon as the coroner released the body. The piece concluded by stating that the authorities were concerned that an escalation in violence was on the horizon, and that the Dorsey funeral might be used as an opportunity for revenge by heathens' sympathizers. Police would be taking extra precautions in the coming weeks. I looked up to see Kit regarding me intently. It would be rockin' to go to that funeral. No way, Kit. The cops will have these guys so boxed in they'll be like altar boys heading to Mass. No, I don't want you there. Aunt Tempe, you worry too much. During dessert, I broached the subject about what Claudel had showed me. A Carcajou investigator came to see me today. He brought a set of police surveillance photos. Of you. My nephew lowered his chin and raised his brows. The pictures were taken at the Galveston County Fairgrounds. You're with members of the Bandidos Motorcycle Club. He gave a goofy grin. Uh-oh, hanging out with bad companions. Do you hang out with the Bandidos? Just that once, Aunt Tempe. I go to flea markets, bikers go to flea markets, we talk about Harleys, that's all it is. I forced myself to speak calmly. The detective said you'd been arrested on a drug charge. He slumped back and threw out his legs. Oh, great, that shit again. You'd think I was supplying a preschool. I bought a $10 bag for a friend because she left her wallet at home. Before I could give her the weed, a cop pulled me over for an illegal theft and found stuff in my pocket. How's that for a seasoned dope dealer? Why did the cop search you? I'd had a little beer. All right, I'd had a lot of beer. Aren't you people ever going to ease up? With that, he lurched from the chair and slouched out of the room. Predictably, Kit was sleeping when I left for work. After the morning meeting, when I returned to my office, Claudel was there. He held out an envelope. I sat, unlocked my desk drawer, and handed him the Myrtle Beach photo. Where did you say this came from? I noticed it yesterday. I can't say for certain when it arrived on my desk. His eyes roved the print. You're talking about this man? He turned the photo and pointed. Yes, the girl next to him is Savannah Osprey. He indicated the envelope in my hand. Desjardins was a large man before his illness. I shook out the photos. Large was an understatement. The partially headless form I'd seen in the chair was a feeble reminder of the body that once had housed Cherokee Desjardins before cancer had parched his innards. But try as we might, we could not determine for sure if our late but unlamented Cherokee was the one wearing the buckle at Myrtle Beach. I gathered the Cherokee photos, and we moved down the hall to a section labeled Imagerie. We'd decided that I would manipulate the image using Adobe Photoshop. A technician clicked on the scanner, keyed the computer to the proper program, then left us to our task. I placed the snapshot on the flatbed scanner, cropped to include the full scene, then digitized the image and saved it to the hard drive. Then I opened the file to the Myrtle Beach picnic. I clicked on Buckleboy's face and zoomed in until his features filled the screen. Claudel watched as I worked the keys, bringing out detail invisible in the original shot. In less than an hour, we sat back and studied our work. There could be no doubt. Buckleboy was, in fact, Yves Cherokee Desjardins. Claudel spoke first. So, Cherokee knew the Osprey girl. What do you suppose Dorsey had to trade? Maybe Cherokee killed Savannah and Dorsey knew that? He could have killed her in Myrtle Beach, then displaced the body to Quebec. Why transport it all that way? Less chance of discovery? Does that sound typical of these guys? No. I switched direction. Maybe Cherokee's murder was connected to the discovery of Savannah's grave. He stood to leave. Maybe. When he'd gone, I saved the original and modified versions of the Myrtle Beach snapshot to a compact disc. Then I scanned and added selections from Kate's collection, thinking maybe I'd play with the images at home. I went to the histology lab where Denis had prepared slides from the bone samples I'd brought from Raleigh. I placed a tibial section under the lens, adjusted the light, and squinted through the eyepiece. 2 hours later, I had my answer. The samples I'd taken from the tibiae and fibulae in Kate's unidentified skeleton were indistinguishable histologically from those I'd cut from Savannah's femora, and each thin section yielded an estimate consistent with Savannah's age at the time of her disappearance. Consistent. The favorite word of the expert witness. I clicked off the light and placed the plastic hood over the scope. It was a start. After a lunch of vegetarian pizza and a Mr. Big ice cream bar, I reported to Carcajou headquarters. Dorsey's autopsy had been completed. They were releasing his body. The unit's director, Jacques Roy, had called a meeting to discuss security measures for the funeral. Dorsey's roots were in a neighborhood just southeast of Centreville, an area of narrow streets and narrower alleys. The district is the heartland of the rock machine, and it is home to the Sûreté du Québec. Dorsey's funeral was to take place not 6 blocks from our door. Roy used a map of the island to explain the deployment of personnel. The service was to begin at 8 a.m. Friday at the family parish at Fulham and La Rivière. Following Mass, the cortège would proceed to Montréal Avenue and up the mountain to the Cimetière de Notre-Dame-des-Neiges. The area around the church would be under tight security, side streets blocked at their intersections with Montréal Avenue during the funeral procession. Security at the cemetery would also be maximal. All leaves were canceled. Everyone would report for work on Friday. Then slides filled the screen with scenes of funerals past. Roy droned on, giving the date and location of each event and pointing out the relevant players. I began to nod off. Then the projector clicked again, and I was wide awake. The screen showed bikers at a police road check. Some straddled Harleys, others had dismounted and were milling about. Cherokee Desjardins stared insolently into the lens. "Where was that taken?" I asked Roy. "South Carolina." My eyes roved over the pictured group, then came to rest on a bike and rider on the outer edge. His back was turned, his face obscured, but the cycle was visible in full profile. It looked familiar. "Who's the guy on the far left?" "Don't know." When the investigators had gone, I approached Roy. "Could I borrow that shot of Cherokee Desjardins? I just thought the bike looked familiar." When I got to the lab, I went directly to Imagerie and added the photo to my compact disc. It was just a hunch, probably a dead end, but I wanted to make a comparison. When I got home, Kit was on the phone. He held the mouthpiece to his chest and informed me that Harry had called from Puerto Vallarta. "What did she say?" "She said she was moving around, but she'll call again later in the week." Then he resumed his conversation, disappearing into his room. Wasting no time worrying about my sister, I pulled out the print Roy had loaned me and laid it on the table. Then I sorted through Kate's photos for the shots of Bernard Silvestre's biker funeral down south. I was particularly interested in the graveside scene Kit and I had studied. I went through the stack 3 times and came up empty. Puzzled, I stuck my head into Kit's room to ask if he'd borrowed them. He hadn't. "Okay, Brennan, when did you last see them?" "Sunday morning. In the hands of Lyle Crease." I was furious with Crease, and more furious with myself. Living alone, I had gotten into the habit of working investigative material at home. Now I was missing a piece of potential evidence. I would have to retrieve those photos. To work off my anger at Crease, my disgust with myself, and my fear for La Manche, I pounded out 3 miles on the treadmill at the gym. Walking home along Sainte Catherine, I felt physically tired, but still mentally anxious. Mostly, I thought about Lyle Crease, and I understood the rage of Islamic fundamentalists and postal workers. I would call him and demand the return of the photos. As I rounded the corner onto my street, I saw a figure moving toward me, a leather-vested white trash redneck who looked like a hyena pack of 1. Had he come from my building? Kit. I quickened my pace and kept to the center of the sidewalk. The man held his path, banging into me as we passed. Stumbling, I looked up into dark eyes, made darker by the brim of a baseball cap. He met my gaze, then puckered his lips in an exaggerated kiss. Heart-pounding, I raced to my condo. With shaking hands, I unlocked the front door. Kit was in the kitchen, adding pasta to boiling water. "Kit!" His hand jumped at the sound of my voice. "Hey, what's up?" He poked the noodles with a wooden spoon and took a swig of beer. Though the greeting was casual, his jerky movements belied tension. "I found some store-bought sauce. It ain't gourmet, but I thought you'd like a home-cooked." He gave a brilliant Kit smile. I did not disguise my annoyance. "Kit, was someone here while I was gone?" "No. What's the deal?" "I saw someone on the sidewalk and thought he might have been coming from here." "Can't help you. You like your linguine al dente, madam?" After dinner, Kit settled in front of the TV, and I went to my computer. I'd just pulled up the files that contained Kate's photos when the phone rang. Kit answered. Though I could hear no words, it was clear Kit was upset. In a moment, he appeared at my door, his agitation apparent. "I'm going out for a little bit, Auntie T." "With?" Only his mouth smiled. "Just some guys." "That's not good enough, Kit." "Oh, hell, don't you start in." With that, he stormed down the hall and was out the door. I was about to go after him when the phone rang. It was my sister. "Where the hell are you, Harry? Why didn't you tell me about Kit's trouble in Houston?" "Trouble? The tiny matter of the drug bust?" "Oh, that? I really don't believe that was Kit's fault. If it weren't for the pasty-faced little pricks he was hanging out with, he'd never have gotten involved with that stuff." "But he did, Harry, and now he has a police record." "But he didn't have to do any jail time. Howard's lawyer got him off with probation and some community service. He just took to running with the wrong crowd." Harry's inability to grasp the obvious never ceased to amaze me. She talked to houseplants, but had no inkling of how to communicate with her son. The conversation was degenerating into an argument, and I had no desire to go there. "I have to run, Harry." I disconnected and stood a full 5 minutes, considering my options. None was appealing, but I finally settled on a plan. After checking the phone book for an address, I grabbed my keys and headed out. Traffic was light, and within 20 minutes I pulled to the curb on Rue Ontario. I cut the engine and looked around while butterflies took flight in my stomach. I'd have preferred a decade of laser resurfacing to the enterprise I was about to undertake. La Taverne des Rapides was directly across from me, sandwiched between a tattoo parlor and a motorcycle atelier. The place looked as seedy as I remembered from the photos of Kit that Claudel had brought to my office. Neon signs promised Budweiser and Molson through window glass last washed in the age of Aquarius. Zipping a can of mace inside my jacket pocket, I got out, locked the car, and crossed the street. Opening the tavern door, I was blasted by the smell of smoke and sweat and stale beer. Inside, a bouncer looked me up and down. The man was missing several teeth and looked like a member of Thugs Anonymous. "Sweet darling, I think I am in love. You come back to Rémy when you're ready for something special, honey." The place had the feel of an Appalachian hooch house, complete with pool table, jukebox, and TVs bolted to corner shelves. The clientele were alpha male, scruffy and long-haired, looking like Visigoth extras from Central Casting. The women had swirled their hair into styling gel doos and stuffed their breasts into halters with rock my world cleavage. I did not see Kit. I decided to wait for him outside. I was halfway to the door when a pair of hands clamped my upper arms. Furious, I twisted and looked into a face strikingly like that of a swamp gator. My captor curled his lips and split the air with a piercing whistle. "Hey, cut the shit. I got some show and tell. Look what we have here, gents." A few listened, faces vacant from booze or boredom. Most turned away. A man at the bar yelled, "Big fucking deal. You found a broad who don't puke when she looks at you." "Take a good look, dick brain. Ever hear the Bone Lady? The one with did a little yard work for the Vipers? She's a bitch dug up Gately and Martineau." While most went back to their drinks and conversation, I saw a man slide from a bar stool and move in our direction. "Tabernouche, I could definitely get a bone on for this." The man wore baggy black trousers, gold neck chains, and an open vest showing skin that was fish-belly white. He said to me, "You dig Pascal, sugar. You come up with something really big." When Pascal removed his shades, my fear escalated. His eyes had the bright, glazed look of omnipotence only meth or crack can bestow. Pascal reached toward me, and I knocked his hand away. I was almost numb with fear, but I couldn't let him see it. Pascal's fingers balled into fists. I started to bolt, but he grabbed and spun me, angling my arm up hard against my back. Pain shot to my shoulder. Rémy spoke in a low, bloodless voice. "Not in here, Pascal. Take it somewhere else." Pascal wrapped an arm around my throat. I felt something cold and hard against my neck. He half pushed, half dragged me toward the back of the bar. "No problem. This bitch is going to the opera." His blade jumped with each step, and I felt blood ooze down the side of my neck. I struggled and twisted, but my efforts were useless. He forced me out a back door and down a set of metal steps. Desperate, I dipped my chin and bit his hand with all the strength my jaws could muster. Pascal bellowed and threw me to the ground. He came down hard with a boot to my back. My chest slammed into gravel. Air burst from my lungs, and white light exploded in my brain. The boot withdrew, then I heard footsteps and a car door opening. Feeling a gun barrel against my temple, I froze. "Your limo's here, bitch." Rough hands threw me into a car. Doors slammed, tires spun, and the car sped down the alley. "Make a sound and you get a bullet up your ass." The driver drove erratically, hitting the gas and brake pedals with quick, jerky movements. When we stopped, Pascal grabbed my arms and dragged me from the car. He shoved me up a short walk toward a building with a green roof and brick exterior wall. He withdrew a key, unlocked the gate, and forced me across the courtyard toward the house. "What do you want from me?" "All you got and then some, bitch." Pascal spoke into an intercom. Then he shouldered open a steel-reinforced door and pushed me inside. As he shoved me down the hall, I knew with certainty I would not leave that house alive. My brain opted for furious action. I turned and drove my fist as hard as I could into Pascal's face. I felt something crunch, but swung back with my elbow and brought it up under his chin. Pascal's head flew back, and I slipped below his arm and bolted through a doorway on my left. I found myself in a game room similar to that at the Vipers Clubhouse in Saint-Basile-le-Grand. Same bar, same neon art, same video monitors. The only difference was that these were working, throwing a cool blue light over the bar and its occupants. I ran to the far side of the pool table, grabbed a cue in one hand and fumbled for the mace with my other, my eyes searching for any door or window. 2 men sat at the bar, another stood behind it. Pascal burst through the door. I'll kill that little bucket of shit. Where the fuck is she? Hold it right there. The voice was low and hard as quartz, and stopped Pascal dead. The man who had spoken wore a double-breasted tan suit with a pale peach shirt and matching tie. It was the man beside him who caused my heart to stop. Andrew Ryan wore black jeans, boots, and a gray sweatshirt with the arms razored off. The muscles in his face looked hard and tense. Ryan's eyes met mine, and the flesh underneath tensed slightly, then he looked away. After several seconds, he swiveled on his bar stool and stretched his legs in my direction. A smirk spread across his face. Well, if it ain't shit for brains. Pascal's voice trembled with rage. You know this fucking cunt? Ryan took a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and tapped out a Marlboro. It's Doctor Too Goddamn Many Degrees. Ryan placed the cigarette between his lips and lit up. He sent the match winging across the room toward me. I watched it drop onto green felt, and fury exploded inside me. You turncoat bastard! You contemptible son of a bitch! Pascal wiped his nose. We're gonna teach this cunt some manners. Ryan took a long drag. Bad idea. The man in the suit stared at Ryan. Why do you say that? She's a cop. You mess up a cop, particularly a dame, and the whole force comes screaming up your butt. All the shit we have in the works goes into the deep freeze while the cops dissect us, top to bottom. Pascal looked at Ryan. The fucking bitch hit me. I'm gonna tear her a new asshole. The man in the suit turned to Pascal. No, you are not. Pascal started to bluster, but Ryan held up a hand. You want to bloody her up? Watch this. Walking to the end of the bar, Ryan snatched a red plastic bottle, circled the pool table, and held it over me. Then he squeezed, making circular movements with his hand. I didn't budge. He slammed the bottle onto the table. Read that, Shakespeare. I looked down. Ketchup swirled across my shirt. Then Ryan's gaze slid back to Pascal. This party's over. With one last, son of a bitch, Pascal turned and exited the room. The man in the gabardine suit watched in silence as Ryan swung back to me. You keep your sorry ass, slut. But don't get any wrong ideas. This wasn't for you. And take note, tonight's adventure is one big black hole in your memory bank. He grabbed my hair and pulled my face to his. You talk, and I'll personally lead Pascal to you. He released me with a shove to the chest, and I staggered backward. We'll buzz the gate, now disappear. Ryan rejoined the man at the bar, sucked once on his cigarette, then flipped the butt against the stainless steel below the counter. As I watched the spray of sparks, I felt something inside me curl into a cold, hard ball. Without a word, I lay down the pool cue and fled on shaking legs. The clubhouse was less than 6 blocks from La Taverne des Rapides, and after half stumbling, half running that distance, it did not take long to find my car. I broke all speed laws getting home. My thoughts were chaos. What had just taken place? Had I stumbled onto Ryan in his new life? Had he humiliated me as a message that his past life was done and he now belonged to the other side? Or had he done it as part of a scene designed to get me out of there safely? What if Ryan was undercover? Could a police report threaten his cover? I didn't have answers, but I made a choice. If the slightest chance existed that an incident report could harm him, I would make no report. When I got home, Kit's door was closed, but I could hear music through the wall. I threw my clothes on a chair and dropped into bed. Sleep came much, much later. The next morning I slept late, finally waking around 10, sore and achy. I spent the morning nursing myself with aspirin, tea, and hot baths, fighting off flashbacks to the night before. Though I had bruises on my legs and back and a small cut on my neck, my face had escaped largely unmarked. After a late lunch, I applied extra makeup, chose a turtleneck sweater, then went into the lab and spent the day on routine matters. I made no report. When I got home, Kit and I had a quiet dinner. He had no questions about my previous night's outing, and I did not bring up his storming out. After dinner, I decided to do laundry. I sorted, then loaded the washer, holding back items requiring special treatment. My stomach tightened when I lifted the shirt with the ketchup blotch, the scene still vivid in my mind. I spread the shirt and began spraying the stain. I pictured the smirk on Ryan's face. Read that, Shakespeare. My hand froze, and I stared at the pattern. The squiggles were not random, but formed two perfect sixes. Shakespeare. The sonnets were a passion with Ryan. I raced to the bedroom bookshelf and pulled out the complete works of William Shakespeare. Hardly breathing, I opened to the sonnets and flipped to number 66. Tears welled when I read the line, "And right perfection wrongly disgraced." Wrongly disgraced. It was a message. Ryan was saying that all was not as it seemed. Ryan was not a point man for the dark side. He had not gone over. But why hadn't he contacted me? He couldn't, Brennan, you know that. A smile spread across my face as I bunched the shirt and tossed it into the washer. I can wait, Andrew Ryan. I can wait. Feeling happier than I had in weeks, I shook off the vision of Pascal and went back to the photos I'd abandoned the night before. I'd just booted up the disk when Kit appeared in the doorway. "I forgot to tell you that Isabel phoned. She's going out of town and wanted to return your call before she left." His eyes shifted to the screen. "What are you doing?" "I'm trying to clean up some old photographs so I can view the faces." "Whose?" "Savannah Osprey is in one shot, and the man who was killed last week." He moved into the room. "Can I see?" "Well, I guess there's nothing in the way of sensitive information here. As long as you promise not to discuss these things with anyone but me, you can pull up a chair." I brought up the Myrtle Beach photo and indicated Savannah and Cherokee Desjardins. Then I closed the picnic photo and opened the police check photo. "I want you to take a look at something." Kit leaned in and studied the scene. He indicated Cherokee. "Is that the same dude?" "Yes." "We still in Dixie?" "South Carolina." "Looks like a road bust." His eyes moved across the group, then locked onto the cycle at the periphery. "Holy shit. Sorry. When was this taken?" "That's the same chopped hog we saw in the funeral picture." "Are you sure?" "Auntie T, that is the sweetest piece of Milwaukee iron I have ever seen." He stopped short, and an odd look crossed his face. "Can you bring that guy's face up?" I did, then went through the same manipulations I'd performed with Claudel. As lines and shadows shifted, I gradually realized what my nephew had spotted. In 20 minutes, I'd done what I could do. During that time, we had not spoken. I broke the silence. "What made you recognize him, Kit?" "I'm not sure. Maybe the jaw, maybe the nose." We stared at the man on the marvelous hog, and he looked into space, intent on a happening long since past. "Did he ever mention riding with the angels?" My nephew sighed. "No." "Does he hang with them now?" "Oh, please, you've seen the guy." Yes, I'd seen the guy. On a country road in Saint-Basile-le-Grand, across a dinner table, on the late-night news, and in my own home. The man on the bike was Lyle Crease. Words and images flashed in my brain. Pascal's face in neon and shadow, George Dorsey mumbling my name to a paramedic, a glossy eyeball. "What are you going to do, Aunt Tempy?" "Call Isabel, then go to bed." "Aren't you curious?" "Very. And I will find out if Crease has ties to the Hells Angels. But not tonight." He turned away and shrugged. I waited for the click of his bedroom door, then dialed Isabel's number. "Isabel, I need some information. I'd like to know about Lyle Crease." "He's cute, eh?" As a mealworm, I thought, but said nothing. "What did he do before CTV?" "Let me think. I know the answer to this, Tempy, because Veronique told me. Veronique hosts a talk show on Radio Canada now, interviews celebrities, but she started out doing the weather at CTV. I think she told me Lyle was hired from an American newspaper. No, wait, this is coming back to me. Originally, he comes from the States, or maybe he went to school down there. How well do you know Lyle Crease? I'm not his confidant, Tempe. But you tried to pair me up with him. The gentleman asked to meet you, and I saw no reason to refuse. Hold it. Back up. It was Crease's idea that we meet? Yes, I ran into him at L'Express, that bistro. Lyle had seen your picture in the paper and was absolutely smitten. One thing led to another, and before I could help myself, I'd invited him to dinner. Are you angry with me, Tempe? No, I'm not angry. I was just curious. Have a good trip, Isabel. An hour later, as I lay in bed, trying to block out Kit's music, images, facts, and questions floated to the surface, then sank into the deep, like tropical fish in a subliminal tank. Image: Lyle Crease pouring wine. Fact: Crease had finagled the introduction. He'd seen the article in the Gazette before Isabel's dinner party. Questions: Why did he want to meet me? Was his request linked to the discovery of the burials? Was he simply looking for an inside scoop? Image: a young Lyle Crease on a chopped hog. Fact: Crease had ties to the States. Questions: What was Crease doing with the homeboys? Had he stolen the Sylvestre funeral photo from me? Could his past somehow endanger him now? Image: a hyena redneck lumbering up my block. Fact: Besides initial fear, the man had triggered something in my psyche. Questions: Had Kit been lying when I asked about visitors? Who was the goon in the baseball cap? Image: La Manche on tubes and life support. Fact: The pathologist was in his 60s and had never taken time for exercise or a proper diet. Questions: Would he survive? Would he ever return to work? Image: Ryan slouching on a barroom stool. Fact: He was undercover and hadn't gone over. Question: Had his actions on my behalf jeopardized his cover? These musings mingled with more mundane considerations: how to relocate Kit to Houston, my cat Birdie's overdue vaccinations. But underlying all my thoughts was the nagging signal from my subconscious, unrelenting yet out of reach: the redneck in the baseball cap. I was sleeping fitfully when the phone shrilled. Hello? Groggy. Oh, were you in bed? Isabel chirped. The digits on my clock glowed 1:15. It was the University of South Carolina. What? Lyle is from London, Ontario, but he went to school in South Carolina. Her voice beamed with satisfaction. And don't worry about my source. I was très discrète. Oh boy. Thank you, Isabel. Now, go back to sleep. Bonsoir. Dial tone. I clicked off and flopped back on the pillow. The next morning, I was up before the alarm. A peek told me Kit was asleep in his bed. I showered, dressed, and puttered until it was time to go to the lab. I went directly to Ronald Gilbert's office and made my request. Without a word, he crossed to a shelf, selected a videotape, and handed it to me. I thanked him and hurried to the conference room. Nervously, I inserted the plastic box into a VCR and clicked on the monitor. Not knowing at what point I'd find the scene, I started at the beginning and hit fast forward. Views of the Cherokee Desjardins apartment jerked across the screen. The living room, the kitchen, the faceless corpse. Then the tape focused on bloody walls. The camera swept across a corner, zooming in, then drawing back. I hit play, and the pace slowed to normal. 2 minutes later, I spotted the object wedged between the wall and a rusted bird cage supporting a guitar. I hit freeze and read 4 letters peeking from a wine-colored stain. C-O-C-K. I studied the cap closely. It was red and white, and I could see portions of a familiar logo that hadn't registered while I was at the scene. My mind completed the letters obliterated by Cherokee's blood. Gamecocks. The cap hadn't proclaimed some macho obscenity. It had broadcast the name of an athletic team, the University of South Carolina Gamecocks. The hyena's cap had nudged my id. Isabel's call had allowed my brain to assemble and organize a breakthrough. Just then the door opened and Michel Charbonneau handed me a brown envelope. Claudel asked me to give you this. It's the official game plan for tomorrow's funeral, and Jacques Roy wanted you to have it. His eyes drifted to the monitor. Desjardins? Yes, look at this. I pointed at the cap. It's from the University of South Carolina. In all the photos you've seen of him, was Cherokee ever wearing headgear? Charbonneau thought a moment. No. So what? Maybe the cap isn't his. Maybe it belongs to his killer. I told him about the pictures of Lyle Crease. Big deal. Half the population of Quebec vacations down there. I told him about the Myrtle Beach photo. Crease and Cherokee knew each other, and that photo was not of a Boy Scout camporee. Charbonneau said, Look, Cherokee had chemo. He probably got the cap when comb-overs were no longer an option. But if it makes you feel better, I'll check Crease out. When he'd gone, I turned back to the tape. I hit rewind and did another sweep through the corner. Bloodstains, guitar, birdcage, cap. Then the lens drew very close and I felt movement in the tiny hairs at the back of my neck. It was fuzzy, but definitely there. If what I saw was real, Claudel and Charbonneau would have to find another theory. I took the stairs to the 13th floor and the property room. I showed the clerk the Cherokee case numbers. Could you check to see if the evidence inventory includes an athletic cap? Her eyes scanned the screen. Yes, here it is. There was a cap. She disappeared into the shelves and returned after several minutes with a Ziploc plastic bag. In it, I could see the red cap. Do you need to sign it out? If it's all right, I'll just take a look at it here. I zipped open the seal and slid the cap onto the counter. Gently raising the brim, I studied the hat's interior. There it was. Dandruff. I resealed the cap and thanked the technician. Then I flew to my office and snatched up the phone. Claudel and Quickwater were not at Carcajou headquarters. I couldn't reach Charbonneau. I left messages and returned to Ronald Gilbert's office. Thanks for the tape. Do you remember the corner of the room with the guitar and birdcage stacked against the wall? Yes. There was a cap there. Did you make observations on the bloodstaining? I'm interested in the cap's position at the time of the murder. I recall perfectly. The stain and spatter on the cap came from the blunt object attack near that corner. Not the gunshot. No, that would look quite different. Was Cherokee wearing the cap? Impossible. The cap was behind the birdcage when struck by most of the spatter. How did it get there? It was probably flung there during the struggle. There was blood under as well as on the cap. The assailant probably lost it in the frenzy of the attack. Back in my office, I looked at the clock. 10:30. I had no message slips. I tried Kit, got my own voice. Damn, where was everybody? Then I grabbed my purse and bolted, unable to bear the waiting. I spent 2 hours running, lifting, rolling around on a large rubber ball, and taking a high-impact aerobics class. By the time I finished, I could hardly drag myself to the showers. When I returned to the lab, 2 messages lay on my desk. Charbonneau had called. I dialed him back. He said, "There may be more to this Crease than I thought." Such as? Seems he and the Angels go back a ways. Crease is Canadian, but he did his undergraduate studies at South Carolina. Go Cox. Newsboy completed a BA in journalism in '83 and decided to go on for a master's degree, using outlaw bikers as his thesis topic. By the way, he was calling himself Robert then. It's his middle name. Anyway, Robbie got a hog and a nod from the brothers and roared off with the pack. Did he finish the degree? He completely dropped from sight. He attended classes for a month or 2, then his professors never heard from him again. He resurfaced in Saskatchewan in '89, working the crime beat for a local paper and doing some on-air stories for the evening news. Eventually, he was offered the job at CTV and relocated to Quebec. Apparently, he left Saskatchewan in a bit of a hurry. Ever hear of Opération Caucus? Wasn't that an FBI sting using informants inside the Hells Angels? Informant. Tony Tate joined the Alaska chapter in the early 80s, then rose through the ranks to national prominence. He wore a wire for the Bureau the whole time. But it seems the Mounties had their own investigation going in the 80s. Are you telling me Lyle Crease was an informant for us? No one will talk, and I've found nothing on paper, but I've always heard that we had someone inside for a while. When I leaned on a couple of long-timers, they wouldn't confirm, but they didn't deny. And this is just for us, Brennan. I run my own sources on the street. Word is someone was definitely going to church with the Angels back then, and the guy was American. But it was a two-way street. The snitch was working both sides? That's a story my sources gave up. Risky. As a cerebral hemorrhage. Does Claudel know this? I'm about to give him a call. Now what, Charbonneau? Now I dig deeper. You'll question Crease? Not yet. We don't want to spook him, and Jacques Roy owns Claudel's ass until this funeral's over. But then I'll get him to help me take a run at the guy. Do you think Crease was involved in the Cherokee murder? There's no evidence of that, but he may know something. That cap didn't belong to Cherokee or Dorsey. How'd you know that? The inside is covered with dandruff. So? Dorsey shaved his head, and Cherokee was bald from chemo. Not bad, Brennan. Gately and Martineau were killed during the time Crease was underground. True. And Savannah Osprey. Silence hummed across the wire. Look, Brennan, I'll get Claudel to help me flush Crease once the circus is over tomorrow. And by the way, keep your head low. Bandido's patches have been spotted in town, and there are rumors that the Angels may make a move. He hesitated. Well, your nephew might want to check out the action. My cheeks burned. Claudel had discussed Kit with Charbonneau. My nephew won't be anywhere near that funeral. Good. A Bandido's presence could force a show of strength by the Angels. Might turn hairy. We'd hardly hung up when I started worrying. How could I keep Kit away if he was intent on going? Could Ryan be in immediate danger? I lay my head on the fuzzy green surface of my desk blotter and slowly closed my eyes. My neck hurt. I opened my eyes, then lifted and rotated my head. My office was dark. How long had I slept? When I noticed the figure outside my door, an alarm went off in my head. My eyes dropped to the phone. Should I call security? My hand was on the receiver when the door swung inward. Jocelyn's face looked ghostly. She was dressed in black, and the pale oval head seemed to float, a disembodied jack-o'-lantern with dark holes for eyes and mouth. I stood. May I help you? She said nothing. Please turn on the light, Jocelyn. Her arm rose, and the office was thrown into brightness. Her hair clung damply to her neck and face, and her clothes were corrugated as if she'd been sitting a long time in a hot, cramped space. She sniffed and ran the back of a hand under her nose. What is it, Jocelyn? You're just letting them slide. I thought you might be different. Different from whom? Nobody gives a shit. I hear cops joke about it. I hear them laugh. Another dead biker. Good riddance, they say. It's cheap trash removal. What are you talking about? It's these cops who are a joke. Wolverines. Dickheads would be more like it. I was stunned by the hatred in her eyes. Tell me why you're upset. There was a long silence while she studied my face. He didn't deserve what he got. No fucking way. Jocelyn, if you don't explain, I can't help you. She hesitated, then her angry eyes fixed on mine. Georges Dorsey didn't kill that old man. Cherokee Desjardins? She answered with a shrug. How do you know? She frowned, deciding if the question was a trap. Anyone with the IQ of celery would know that. That's not terribly convincing. A real mechanic would have done it right. What does that mean? I was there that night. She swallowed. I was hardly in the door when some guy showed up, so I went into the bedroom. He and Cherokee started talking, friendly at first, but pretty soon I heard shouting, then slamming and banging. I knew something was coming down, so I hid in the closet. Why were you there, Jocelyn? Cherokee was going to sponsor me in the Kiwanis. Go on. I hunkered in until things quieted down. Then when I thought the guy was gone, I started to split. That's when I heard the gunshot. Jesus. Then I heard the guy banging drawers and flinging crap around. I figured he was a smackhead looking for Cherokee's rock, and I nearly shit my shorts because I knew the stuff was in the bedroom with me. When I smelled smoke, it was time to haul ass, junkie or no junkie. I smashed the window, dropped to the alley, and ran to the corner. Now here's the weird part. When I cut around the building and looked up the block, the little roach was still outside Cherokee's pad, scratching at something in the mud. Then a car turned onto the street and he took off. What was he looking for? How the hell should I know? Well, then what? When I was sure he wasn't coming back, I walked over and poked around. There was a long silence. Then she dropped a purse strap from her shoulder, dug inside, and withdrew a small, flat object. I found this where the guy was squatting. She thrust it at me. I unfolded a pharmacy sack and removed a photograph framed in cheap plastic. 2 men smiled through a mist of spattered blood, inner arms entwined, outer arms raised, middle fingers pointing skyward. The one on the right was Cherokee Desjardins, robust and full of life. When I recognized the man on the left, my throat tightened and my breath came in short, quick spurts. Jocelyn went on speaking, but I didn't hear her. When the headlights hit him, he bolted like a jackrabbit. I don't know why the fuck he wanted it, but go figure what burns in a junked-out head. I saw a face. I saw a baseball cap. Jocelyn, do you know a newscaster named Lyle Crease? English? Yes. I don't watch English TV. Why are you asking me that? Look, I'm trying to tell you Dorsey didn't whack Cherokee. No, he didn't, I said. But I had a pretty good idea who did. When Jocelyn left, I phoned Claudel. He was not in, but this time I hung up and dialed his pager. Urgent enough, I thought, as I entered my number. When Claudel called back, I relayed Jocelyn's story. Can she identify the man? Never saw his face. Fantastique. It's Crease. How can you be sure? The cap found in Desjardins' apartment had a USC logo. Crease went to school there. Did Charbonneau tell you about the dandruff? Yes. I had the pleasure of dining with Crease not too long ago. He has enough dandruff to open a ski hill. Motive? I described what I'd seen in the photo. Holy Mother of Christ. Rarely had I heard Claudel blaspheme. What's this woman's relationship to Dorsey? She was not receptive to personal inquiries. Can she be trusted? She obviously has a habit, but I believe her. If she was terrified, why hang around? She probably thought the intruder dropped drugs, and she had a shot at a free score. Michel Charbonneau told me of your conversation. I think it's time to net this Mr. Crease. When we disconnected, I phoned for air reservations. Willing or not, Kit was on his way to Texas. Until then, I wasn't going to let him out of my sight. I arrived home to find Kit in the shower. When I heard the sound of the water stop, I shouted through the door. Have you eaten? Not much. Okay, Padna. I, too, can cook pasta. I made a run to Le Faubourg for scallops and greens. Back home, I sautéed the seafood with onions and mushrooms, then mixed and added a yogurt mustard lemon dill sauce. I ladled the mollusk concoction over angel hair pasta and served it with a baguette and tossed salad. Even Kit was impressed. We talked as we ate, but said little. How was your day? Pretty good. I rode the subway to some island and cruised around the parks. Ile Sainte-Hélène? Yeah, there's a beach out there and lots of trails. It's pretty slick. How about your day? Pretty good, I answered, then continued in my own thoughts. A cokehead security risk in our own lab accused me of indifference to bikers, and I discovered one of your Easy Rider playmates may be a killer. I took a deep breath. I made airline reservations today. Off on another trip? The flight is for you. He kept his eyes on the salad bowl. Uh-oh, the bombs rush. Kit, you know I love you, and I love having you here, but I think it's time you went home. What is it they say about house guests and old fish? Or is it relatives? You know that isn't it. But you have been here almost 2 weeks. Aren't you bored? Don't you want to see your friends and check out the boat? He shrugged. They're not going anywhere. I'm sure Harry and your father both miss you. Oh, yeah. They've been burning up the phone wires. Your mother's in Mexico. It's not easy. She arrived in Houston yesterday. I didn't want to tell you. I knew you'd hustle me off when she got back. Why would you think that? His hand dropped, fingers curling over the bowl's edge. When I was a little kid, you always stayed just out of reach, afraid Harry might feel jealous, or angry, or resentful, or inadequate. And you know what? She ought to feel inadequate. The only thing I should thank Harry for is not burying me in a goddamn shoebox when I was born. He got to his feet. I'll pack my stuff. I stood and grabbed his arm. When I looked up, his face was tight with anger. Harry has nothing to do with this. I'm sending you home because I'm frightened for you. I'm frightened over the people you've been seeing and what they may be doing, and I'm afraid you're involved with things that could place you in jeopardy. That's bullshit. I'm not a baby anymore. I make my own decisions. I flashed on Frog Rinaldi, his shadow rippling across a grave. Gately and Martineau had made a decision, a deadly decision. So had Savannah Osprey, and George Dorsey. I would not permit Kit to do the same. If something happened to you, I'd never forgive myself. I'm not 6 years old, Aunt Tempy. You can kick me out of here, but you can't tell me what to do anymore. I released my grip, and Kit disappeared down the hall, bare feet swishing softly on the carpet. I slept fitfully, then woke and lay in the dark, thinking about my nephew. The window shade changed from black to charcoal. I gave up on sleep. I brewed tea and took it to the patio. Bundled in Gran's quilt, I watched stars fade overhead and remembered evenings in Charlotte. When Katie and Kit were small, we would identify constellations and christen patterns of our own. Katie would see a mouse, a puppy, a pair of skates. Kit would see a mother and child. I tucked my feet and sipped the hot liquid. How could I make Kit understand my reasons for sending him away? He was young and vulnerable and desperate for recognition and approval. But from whom? Why does he want to stay with me? Do I provide a base from which he can pursue activities he won't disclose to me? From the day of Kit's arrival, his apathy had puzzled me. Had Kit been staying in, or had he been out and about with Lyle Crease, or the preacher, or the hyena? Was he lethargic around me because he was tired? More tea, tepid now. I pictured 2 men behind blood-spattered plastic, and even the tea couldn't warm my chill. Was I making a mistake? If Kit was going through a rough patch, could I have some positive influence? If he was involved in something precarious, would it be safer to keep him with me? No. The overall situation made it too risky. I would stick to my plan. My nephew would be in Texas before George Dorsey's body was underground. As dawn crawled up from the horizon, a gentle wash spread across my yard, tinting trees, hedges, and the old brownstones across the street. Edges softened until the city resembled a gentle watercolor, a perfect backdrop for a gangland funeral. I poured the last of my tea onto the lawn and went to wake my nephew. His room was empty. A note was stuck to the refrigerator. I read it in place, afraid to trust my unsteady hands. Thanks for everything. Don't worry. I'm with friends. Friends. My heart felt dead in my chest. I looked at the clock. The Dorsey funeral would start in a little more than an hour. I dialed Claudel's pager, then made coffee, dressed, and made the bed. 7:15. The earth rotated, tectonic plates shifted, 12 acres of rainforest disappeared from the globe forever. I went to the bathroom, combed my hair, dabbed on makeup, added blush, returned to the kitchen for a second cup of coffee. 7:30. Where the hell was Claudel? Back to the bathroom, where I wet and recombed my hair. I was reaching for dental floss when the phone rang. It was Claudel. I wouldn't have thought you an early riser. Kit's gone. I could hear traffic in the background. Where are you, Claudel? Outside the church. How does it look? Like a theme park of deadly sins. Sloth and gluttony are well represented. I don't suppose you've seen him? No, but I might not spot Fidel Castro in this crowd. Looks like every biker on the continent is here. Crease? No sign. I heard a hitch in his breathing. Claudel, what? Charbonneau and I did some more checking. From 83 to 89, Lyle Crease was playing foreign correspondent, not secret agent. But the only reports he was finding were with the guard on his cell block. He did time? 6 years south of the border. Juarez. My heart came back to life and thumped inside my chest. Crease is a killer, and Kit may be with him. I've got to do something. Claudel's voice went cop cold. Don't even think about freelancing, Miss Brennan. These bikers look like sharks smelling the water for blood, and it could get rough down here. And Kit could get sucked into the feeding frenzy. I'll send a patrol car to pick Crease up. Suppose he has funeral plans. If he shows his face, we'll arrest him. I'd hardly disconnected when I heard my cell phone. Kit! I raced to the bedroom and pulled it from my purse. The voice was quavery, like a child after a long cry. You need to know what they're doing. At first I felt confusion, then recognition, then apprehension. Who, Jocelyn? She inhaled sharply through her nose. Someone needs to know what these heathen scum are doing. Tell me. This town is turning into a slaughterhouse, and your kid is ambling right down this chute. My stomach went tight with fear. What do you mean? I know what's coming down. How does this involve my nephew? I need money and I need cover. Tell me what you know. Not till we deal. I don't have that kind of authority. I will try to help you, but I need to know if my nephew is in danger. Silence. Then, fuck, I'm dead anyway. Meet me in the Guy Metro in 20 minutes. Westbound platform. I'll wait 10 minutes. If you're late or bring a body, I'm gone. And the kid will be a footnote when this whole thing is written up. I dialed Claudel's pager and left my number. Then I stared at the phone, ticking through options. Claudel was unreachable. I couldn't wait for a return call. Quickwater. Ditto. Claudel hadn't told me to avoid the underground. I'd meet with Jocelyn, then ring him when I had information. I punched in the number at Carcajou headquarters, but didn't hit send. Then I slid the phone into my purse and bolted for the door. Jocelyn was seated at the end of the tunnel, a canvas duffel in her lap, another at her feet. She had chosen a corner bench as if concrete backing conferred protection from whatever menace she feared. Her teeth worked a thumbnail as she scanned the commuters standing to either side of the tracks. She spotted me and followed my approach. I stayed to the middle of the platform. The air was warm and stale, as though breathed and rebreathed by legions of subterranean travelers. I felt an acrid taste and swallowed hard. Jocelyn watched in silence as I sat on the bench. Her chalky skin looked violet in the artificial light, the whites of her eyes yellow. I started to speak, but she stopped me with a hand movement. I'm going to say this once, then I'm taking off. I talk, you listen. I said nothing. I'm a junkie, we both know that. I'm also a whore and a liar. Her eyes roved to the faces lining the tracks, her movements ragged and jerky. Here's the mindfuck. I come from a Girl Scout summer camp, tuna casserole background just like you. Only somewhere along the way I joined a freak show I can't escape. Purple shadow turned her eyes cadaverous. Lately I've been doing some hard time with hate. I hate everyone and everything on the planet. But mostly I hate myself. You know it's closing time when you can't look in a pond or pass a mirror or a storefront because you despise what you see looking back. She turned to me, her eyes burning with rage and guilt. Talking to you may get me killed, but I want out, and I want these guys to pay. What are you offering? Spider Marcotte and the little girl. I'm listening. It was George Darcy. He's dead now, so it don't matter. Spider Marcotte was heathen payback for the vipers blowing up the Vaillancourt. George and a full patcher named Sylvain Leconte took him out. The kid was a mistake. She braced a booted foot against the duffel. George thought the hit was his ticket to stardom, but the heathens burned George because they thought he was going to give up Leconte. She snorted and tipped her chin. George was actually waiting for me near the Cherokee hit scene. When he got busted by the Carcajou and then set up a meet with you, the Heathen brothers decided to do George before he could finger LeComte. Big man, LeComte. Wasted a little girl. Big turd. Anything else? She shrugged. The Saint-Basile burials? I've been on the scene 9 years. I got plenty to trade. Are you talking about witness protection? Money and doubt. Rehab? She shrugged. What about Cherokee? He brought the girl's bones up north, but I've put this story on paper. I give it up when my ass is safe and a long way from here. She sounded like the thought was collapsing even as she voiced it. Why now? They wasted Dorsey. He did their work and they wasted him. She shook her head and turned back to her surveillance. And I've become them. I set that reporter up. What reporter? Lyle Crease. I figured something was up when you asked about him, so I tuned into the news that night. Sure enough, he was the one I saw at Cherokee's place. I dropped his name to the Vipers for a bag of flake. Jesus Christ. I'm a goddamn junkie, all right? When you're coming down and the world is closing in, you'll dime your mother for a score. Besides, I had other reasons. Her hands began to tremble and she pressed her fingertips to her temples. Later, I phoned Crease to set up a meet at the cemetery, back on Big Rock Candy Mountain. Did they ask you to arrange a meeting? Yeah, they plan to take Crease out, and some heathens, too. What does this have to do with my nephew? Crease said not to try anything funny because he would have the kid with him. I heard the rumble of a train far up the tunnel. Again her hands shook. Her face looked hard in profile. This funeral's going to be one big snuff film, and your nephew could have a starring role. I felt a change in air pressure as the train grew louder. Passengers on the far side moved toward the platform's edge. Jocelyn's gaze froze on something across the tracks. The hooded eyes grew puzzled a moment, then widened in recognition. Her mouth opened. "LeComte!" she screamed, and her hand shot to the duffel zipper. The train thundered in. Jocelyn's head flew backward, and a dark cumulus spread around it on the wall. I threw myself to the concrete and covered my head with both hands. Brakes shrilled, whooshed. I tried to scramble behind the bench, under it, anywhere. It was bolted to the wall. There was nowhere to go. Doors opened. Commuters both boarded and left the train. On our side, screams, faces turning, bewilderment, horror. The train barreled off. Then the sounds changed. Panicked retreat, people running. After a full minute with no more shots, I cautiously rose to my feet, bone and brain matter on my jacket. My stomach lurched, and I tasted bile. Jocelyn's body twitched, and a thread of saliva trailed from the corner of her mouth. I could smell urine and feces, and see blood pooling on the bench and floor. I had a vision of Cherokee. Others fast, like flashbulbs. Gately, Martineau, Savannah Osprey, Emily Ann Toussaint. I could not have stopped those deaths, nor had I done anything to bring them about, and I could do nothing for Jocelyn. But I would not allow my nephew to be the next casualty. I would not permit that. Death dealt out by bikers would not happen, not to Kit, not to Harry, and not to me. On rubbery legs, I staggered to the escalators, rode to ground level, and was carried along by the crush of pedestrians distancing themselves from tragedy. Already 2 cruisers blocked the entrance, doors open, lights flashing. Sirens foretold the arrival of others. I should have stayed, given my story, and let the police handle the rest. I felt sick and repulsed by the carnage we seemed powerless to stop. Fear for Kit twisted in my gut like a physical pain, overriding judgment and sense of duty. I broke from the crowd and ran. My hands still trembled as I let myself into my silent condo. I called out, not expecting an answer. From my briefcase, I dug out the envelope Charbonneau had delivered from Roy that had the game plan for Dorsey's funeral. I scanned the protocol, checked my watch, and raced to the garage. Though rush hour was tapering off, Centreville remained clogged. I crawled along, engine idling, heart racing, hands sweaty on the wheel, until I finally broke free, shot up the mountain, and pulled into a car park opposite Lac aux Castors. The cemeteries sprawled along the uphill side of Chemin Remembrance, cities of the dead flowing toward the horizon. According to Roy's map, the Dorsey plot was just inside the perimeter fence, 20 yards from the south gate. The cortege would arrive and enter the cemetery opposite where I sat. I wiped my hands on my jeans and checked the time. Soon. Normally, early morning meant few people on the mountain, but today mourners lined the shoulder and stood along the drive leading through the gate. Others wandered among the trees and headstones inside the cemetery grounds. The ritual hypocrisy struck me as surreal. Heathens and rock machine burying with great ceremony the comrade they themselves had killed. Manned cruisers were parked on both sides of Remembrance, lights flashing, radios sputtering. I locked the car and ran across the road, slipping on new grass beginning to green the median. Hurrying along the shoulder, I inspected those milling about. Most were male, young, and white. I saw Charbonneau leaning on a squad car, but there was no sign of Crease or Kit. A uniformed officer stopped me at the gate. "Whoa there, slow down, madam. I'm sorry, but there's a funeral expected shortly, and this entrance is closed. You'll have to move on." He held out both arms, as if physical restraint might be necessary. I identified myself. Dr. Temperance Brennan, Carcajou. His face crimped with suspicion. He was about to speak when a sharp whistle split the air, like someone calling a dog. We both turned. Claudel stood on a knoll a short distance back from the Dorsey gravesite. When he had our attention, he gave a crisp, "Come on," signal with one hand. The guard pointed to me, and Claudel nodded. With a disapproving look, the guard passed me through the gate. The Mont-Royal cemeteries are strange and beautiful places, acres of elegant landscaping and ornate funerary architecture rising and falling across the curves of the mountain. Mont-Royal, the Jewish, Notre-Dame-des-Neiges. The latter is for the Catholic dead. Some are buried with elaborate tombs and monuments, others with simple plaques and 10-year leases. Since the mid-19th century, over 1 million souls have been laid to rest within the cemetery's wrought iron fence. More relevant was the fact that today's burial would take place less than 10 yards from Chemin Remembrance. Roy's advisors felt that if a hit was planned, the cemetery was the most likely location, and the most difficult to secure. I sprinted up the gravel path and scrambled uphill to join Claudel. His greeting was not warm. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" "Kit is with Crease, and they're coming here." His eyes swept the crowd as he spoke. "You just don't listen, do you, Miss Brennan? There's already been one homicide today." My mind flashed to the métro. Jocelyn searching. Jocelyn in agonal spasm. I was with her. Claudel's eyes flew to my face, then dropped to the blood and brain matter on my jacket. I told him. "And you left the scene?" There was nothing I could do. "I'm not going to point out the obvious." She was dead. Fear, anger, and guilt churned in my head, and his unfeeling attitude did nothing to calm me. A sob welled in my chest. No tears. At that moment, his Carcajou partner appeared over the edge of the hillock. Quickwater approached Claudel, spoke in a low voice, and left without acknowledging my presence. In seconds, he reappeared below, wove through a grouping of ornamental headstones, and positioned himself behind a pink granite obelisk. "If I say dive, you take cover. No questions, no heroics. Do you understand?" "Fine." He did not resume our conversation. That was fine, too. I recoiled from voicing my fear for Kit, afraid that shaping the threat into words might cause it to be realized. I would tell him later about Leconte. 5 minutes passed. 10. I scanned the bereaved. Business suits mixed with chains, swastikas, studs, and bandanas. I heard the noise before I saw the procession. It started as a low rumble and grew to a roar as 2 police cruisers rounded the curve, then a hearse, limo, and a half-dozen cars. A phalanx of cycles followed, 4 abreast behind the cars, in 2s and 3s farther back. Soon the road was dense with bikes, and I could not see the end of the line. Sun flashed off chrome as the cortege slowed and turned into the cemetery. The air filled with the sound of engines and shifting gears as bikers broke formation and massed around the entrance. Men in greasy Levi's beards and shades began to dismount and move toward the gate. Claudel's eyes narrowed as he watched the graveyard below become a human zoo. Sacre bleu. We should keep this outside the fence. Roy says that's not possible. Civil rights be damned. Bar the vermin and let their lawyers sue. The cortege turned left and crept along the tree-lined road. When it pulled to a stop, a suited man moved to the limo and opened the rear door. People emerged wearing bewildered expressions. I watched the funeral director lead the family to folding chairs beneath a bright green canopy. An old man in an old suit, 2 matrons in black dresses, faux pearls around their necks. A young woman in a floral print, a boy in a jacket with sleeves that did not reach his wrists. An elderly priest. As friends and relatives climbed from cars, Dorsey's other family drew together. Joking and calling, they formed a ragged horseshoe outside the canopy. Under it, the new grave lay draped like a patient awaiting surgery. A detachment of 8 slowly gathered at the hearse, all in denim and shades. At a sign from the director, an assistant offered gloves, which a behemoth in a do-rag batted aside. Bare-handed, the pallbearers slid the casket free and carried it toward the canopy, struggling under the weight of the deceased and his packaging. The branches above me lifted and fell, and I caught the scent of flowers and freshly turned earth. The bikes had gone still. A sob drifted from under the canopy, slipping free on the breeze to ride over the graves of the surrounding dead. Sacre bleu. When I turned, Claudel was staring at the gate. I followed his gaze, and fear shot through me. Crease and Kit were making their way through those lingering at the entrance, moving past the semicircle of mourners and stepping into the shadow of a life-sized bronze angel, its arms perpendicularly outstretched as if treading water. I started to speak, but Claudel silenced me with a hand. Lifting his radio, he looked down at his partner. Quickwater made a subtle gesture, first to his right, then straight ahead. I looked where Quickwater had indicated. Beyond the mourners, partially hidden among the tombstones and trees, were men whose attention was not on the service. Like Claudel and Quickwater, their eyes never rested, and they carried handsets. Unlike the Carcajou investigators, these men were tattooed and booted. I looked a question at Claudel. "Rock machine security," he said. Under the canopy, the priest stood and opened his prayer book. Hands rose and fell, crossing chests. Missal pages fluttered as the old priest began the rites for the dead, and he extended a gnarled finger to hold them still. Beside me, Claudel tensed. A man had appeared among a cluster of cement crypts, 60 feet to the west. Head down, he walked toward the canopy. I looked down at Quickwater. His eyes were fixed on the rock machine sentries. One spoke into his walkie-talkie. Across the grounds, another listened. Quickwater stared at them, then raised his radio. Claudel keyed his partner, eyes glued to the man closing in on the gravesite. "Trouble?" I asked, when the transmission ended. "He's not rock machine. He could be bandidos, but the lookouts aren't sure." "How—" Quickwater reads lips. "Do you recognize the guy?" "He's not a cop." My nerves prickled. As with many in the crowd, a bandana covered the lower face of the approaching figure, and a cap shadowed his eyes. But this man looked wrong. His jacket was too heavy for the day, his arms held too tightly to his sides. Suddenly a jeep roared up Remembrance and veered toward the fence. At the same moment, a motor flared and a Harley shot through the gate. The next events seemed to continue forever, each unfolding in slow motion. They told me later that the entire episode lasted 2 minutes. In the horseshoe of bikers, a man spun sideways and flew into a canopy support pole. Screams, gunfire. The tent collapsed, the crowd froze momentarily, then scattered. Claudel pushed hard on my back, slamming me to the ground. "Down!" A bearded man crawled from the heap of canvas and ran toward a stone Jesus with outstretched arms. Halfway there, his back arched, and he fell forward. He was dragging himself across the ground when his body jerked again and collapsed. I spit dirt from my mouth and tried to see. A bullet whacked into the chestnut behind me. When I looked again, the jacketed man with the bandana-covered face was behind a vault, bending toward the base of the crypt. He stood, and sun glinted off steel as he pulled back the slide on a semi-automatic. Then he dropped his hand straight to his side and walked toward the swimming bronze angel. Fear shot through me. Without thinking, I began to crawl toward the path. Claudel shouted at me, "Get back here, Brennan!" Ignoring him, I pushed to my feet and scrabbled down the hill, keeping to the far side to avoid gunfire. Crouching low and darting from monument to monument, I worked my way toward the statue sheltering my nephew. Pistols and semi-automatics barked around me. The angels were reaping their vengeance, and the machine were returning fire. Bullets sparked off tombs and headstones. A granite splinter struck my cheek, and something warm trickled down my face. As I rounded the statue on one side, the jacketed man appeared on the other. Kreese and Kit stood directly between us. The gunman raised his arm and aimed. Kreese swung Kit around to shield himself. I screamed at Kit, "Get down!" Sweat trickled from my hairline, and the wind felt cold on my face. It took Kit a moment to realize his situation. Then he spun and brought his knee up hard between the reporter's legs. Kreese's hand flew up and his mouth opened in a perfect O, but one hand held tight to Kit's shirt. Kit twisted to his right, but Kreese yanked hard just as the shooter squeezed the trigger. A deafening sound reverberated off the bronze torso and wings above us. My nephew fell to the ground and lay still. My scream was drowned by the sound of engines and gunfire. Another thunderous roar. I saw a hole open in Kreese's chest, and a liquid river of red streamed down his front. He went rigid for a moment, then dropped next to Kit. I sensed a figure moving around the monument and threw myself forward to cover Kit. His hand moved feebly, and a burgundy stain was spreading across his back. The figure loomed larger and filled the gap between the angel and the neighboring tomb, feet spread, pistol extended in a two-handed grip toward the gunman above us. The muzzle flashed. Another deafening crack. The gunman's eye exploded, blood bubbled from his mouth, and he crumpled to the ground beside me. My eyes met eyes bluer than a butane flame. Then Ryan whirled and was gone. At that instant, Quickwater flung himself under the angel and dragged and shoved Kit and me toward the base. Crouching in front of the supine bodies of Kreese and his assassin, he swept his gun in wide arcs, using the monument for cover. I tried to swallow, but my mouth was a desert. Bullets strafed the earth beside me, and again I was conscious of the smell of dirt and flowers. People were running in all directions. In the distance I heard sirens and engines, then the sound of an explosion. Adrenaline pumping, I pressed a hand to the hole in my nephew's back and tried to stuff a hanky into the one in his chest. Time lost all meaning. Then it was silent. Nothing appeared to move. Beyond Quickwater, I saw people crawl from under the canopy, disheveled and sobbing. Bikers emerged from hiding and coalesced into groups, faces furious, fists pistoning as if they were angry hip-hop artists. Others lay motionless on the ground. Ryan was nowhere to be seen. Far down the mountain, sirens wailed. I glanced at Quickwater, and our eyes locked. My lips trembled, but no words came. Quickwater reached down and wiped blood from my cheek, then gently brushed the hair from my face. His eyes went deep into mine, acknowledging what we had just seen, the secret we shared. My chest heaved and tears burned my lids. I turned away, and my gaze fell on a tiny portrait encased in plastic and secured to the angel's pedestal. A solemn face stared out, separated by death and faded by years of rain and sun. No, God, please, no, not Kit. I looked down at the blood oozing through my fingers. Openly weeping, I applied more pressure, then closed my eyes and prayed. A week had passed since the shootout at Notre-Dame-des-Neiges. and Charbonneau and I had been over it a dozen times. "Brennan, what the hell did you plan to do?" "I didn't plan. I acted on instinct." "You were unarmed." "I was armed with righteous fury." "Rarely wins against a semi-automatic." Charbonneau was in my lab, watching me prepare Savannah Osprey's bones for shipment. DNA sequencing had come back positive, linking the Myrtle Beach skeleton to the remains from Saint-Basile-le-Grand. Kate Brophy had established that Savannah's mother was dead, but had located a maternal aunt. Burial would take place in North Carolina. I felt melancholy each time I pictured that lonely little ceremony. My satisfaction at finding and identifying Savannah was tempered by sadness over her life. She was so young and frail, hampered by physical disability, lonely, loathed by her father, abandoned in death by her mother. I wondered if there was anyone left who would care for her grave. "Do you think Savannah chose to go to Myrtle Beach that day?" Charbonneau nodded. "According to Chris, the kid went willingly." I pictured the pale little waif and wondered what had led her to it. "Bad decision." "Yeah, a deadly decision." I looked at Charbonneau, surprised at how closely his thought echoed mine. There had been so many fatal decisions. Gately and Martineau, Jocelyn Dion, George Dorsey, the Hells Angels responsible for the cemetery attack, and near-fatal decisions, Kit and Chris, both of whom had managed to survive. A Hells Angels death squad had been sent from the States to blow away Chris because Jocelyn had fingered him as Cherokee Desjardins' killer. The Angels had intended to send a message that killing one of their own meant certain retribution, and had chosen a very public forum to deliver that message. The gunman assigned to Chris was to have escaped by cycle. The cycle did get away, but the shooter didn't. Ryan and Quickwater saw to that, though the public version would be different. Unfamiliar with the local terrain, the shooters in the Jeep went off the mountain while speeding from police. The two in front were killed in the crash, the third hospitalized with multiple injuries. A routine check turned up a New York warrant for murder. The man was providing limited cooperation, preferring the non-death penalty attitude of our northern neighbors to the laws of his home state. His thinking was that a life sentence in Canada was preferable to a lethal injection in New York, even though the state hadn't executed anyone since 1963. 6 hours of surgery had pulled Chris through, but the reporter was still in intensive care. The story of his involvement was emerging piecemeal as his periods of lucidity lengthened. Chris and Cherokee traveled with the Angels in the early 80s, the latter aspiring to brotherhood, the former a wannabe academic charmed by the biker lifestyle. The two were drawn together by their shared Canadian roots. According to Chris, he and Cherokee encountered Savannah Osprey on the Myrtle Beach run and invited her to ride along. Later, a party turned ugly and Savannah wanted to leave. Things got out of hand, the girl was strangled, and Cherokee hid the body in the woods. I asked Charbonneau, has Chris admitted to a part in the murder? He denies that, but admits to the return visit when Cherokee decided to collect bones to decorate the clubhouse. The bastards. I glanced at Savannah's remains and experienced the same anger and repulsion I'd felt on seeing the photo Jocelyn had taken from Cherokee's apartment. I'd recognized the cranium instantly by the tiny burr hole in its side. The skull was mounted on a wall, the leg bones crossed below, like the symbol on a pirate flag. Chris and Cherokee were posed below the macabre Jolly Roger, hands raised in a one-finger salute. Where was that snapshot taken? At the Vipers Clubhouse in Saint-Basile. Chris and Cherokee went back to Myrtle Beach the winter after Savannah was killed. They checked out the body, found the skull and leg bones still under the tin, the rest skeletonized and scattered by animals. Thinking a human skull would be a hit with the brothers, they decided to haul the undamaged parts back to Quebec. I was too disgusted to respond. Savannah's bones decorated the bar for several years before the Vipers, worried about heat from the police, buried them in the woods. Why so close to Gately and Martineau? The proximity of the graves was coincidental. Gately and Martineau were strictly business. Back in '87, the Angels wanted a bar that Gately owned. That was their way of getting it. Martineau was a friend of Gately's and had taken a shot at an Angel who was asking Gately about the bar. Bad move. Indeed. If Chris is innocent of the Osprey murder, why was he so desperate to get that picture? He figured that with the bones becoming front-page news, His past might come out and his career would be over. So he killed Cherokee for it. We haven't worked that out, but we will. And the blood on that thing is going to put him away for the rest of his worthless life. He'll deny any link to that photo, and your sole eyewitness won't be testifying. Jocelyn had arrived at the Montreal General DOA. Then the dandruff will nail him. What if the DNA is inconclusive? It won't matter. He's dirty and he'll give it up. So we believed for another 9 hours. At the hospital, the blinds were drawn, the room filled with slatted sunlight. Kit was staring at a talk show, the sound turned completely down, while Harry flipped through a fashion magazine. Though he'd been moved from intensive care 4 days earlier, his face was still white, and his eyes looked as though they had been underbrushed with violet paint. His chest was bandaged, and an IV needle ran into a vein in his left arm. He brightened when he saw me. I rubbed the back of his arm. How's it going? Acey peachy. I brought more flowers. The spring daisies bouquet, guaranteed to freshen the most sagging spirit. Kit smiled. Pretty soon we're going to need some kind of permit with all the photosynthesis going on in here. Wriggling to sit higher, he reached for the orange juice on his tray, winced and pulled back. Let me help with that. I handed him the glass, and he settled into his pillows, closing his lips around the straw. How's the breathing? He rested the glass on his chest. Okay. The bullet intended for Kreese had caught Kit at a high angle. It fractured 2 ribs, nicked a lung, and exited through muscle. A complete recovery was expected. My sister Harry said, "They busted these sons of bitches yet?" I turned to her. She sat in a corner chair, her long legs braided like a Chinese contortionist's. The getaway cycle got away. The guy who survived the Jeep crash has been charged with attempted murder, among other things. He's cooperating with the police. But, Harry, do you think you could ask the nurse for another vase? I get it. Time for an auntie-nephew chat. I'll scoot for a nicotine hit. She gathered her purse, kissed her son on the top of his head, and stepped into the corridor. Perching on the side of the bed, I squeezed Kit's hand. It felt cool and pliant. Acey peachy? It's a drag, Aunt Tempy. Every 5 minutes some nurse sticks me with a needle or shoves a thermometer up my butt. And we're not talking hot lips Houlihan here. These women feed on small, furry things. Uh-huh. And they're saying I have to stay another 2 or 3 days. The doctors want to be sure that lung won't collapse again. He hesitated. What was the count? In addition to you and Kreese, 2 family members were wounded, and 3 heathens and rock machine bikers were killed. Of the attackers, 1 got away, 1 was killed, 2 died in a crash, and 1 was captured. It was a bloodbath the likes of which has seldom been seen in Canada. He dropped his eyes and picked at the blanket with his free hand. How's Kreese doing? He'll make it, but he's about to be charged with the Cherokee Desjardins murder. I know Lyle didn't kill that guy. He couldn't. He tried to sacrifice you to protect himself. Kit said nothing. And he was using you to get information. He may have done that, but he would never murder anyone. I pictured the skull and crossbones, but said nothing to contradict him. Why did he bring you to that funeral? He didn't want to, but I was crazy to see the bikes. I told him I'd go on my own if he didn't take me. Hell, except for going to that cycle shop, Lyle didn't even hang around with those guys. When we went there, he tried to look cool, but I could tell nobody really knew him. I remembered my conversation with Charbonneau and our initial suspicion that Kreese had been a double agent. In retrospect, the idea seemed ludicrous. It was ironic, however, that my worry for Kit had been based on fear of his involvement with bikers. I should have worried about Lyle Kreese. Look, Aunt Tempy, I'm sorry for all the grief I've caused you. The preacher and those other guys are losers who can't even get it together to buy their own wheels. I'd already learned this from Claudel, but let him go on. I let you think they were big-ass bikers to make myself look cool. Instead, I almost got you killed. Kit, who's the man outside my condo? I really, honestly don't know. He was probably some goof just passing by. This time I believed him. He took a sip of juice and handed me the glass. What about that eyeball? The police think the Vipers put it on my car to discourage further interest in their history. You know, Aunt Timpy, I think I'm going to look into school when I get back home. Try a few courses, see how it goes. I think that's a wonderful idea, Kit. You must think I'm about as dumb as a largemouth bass. Maybe a perch. I hope you don't give up on me. Never. Embarrassed, he changed the subject. How's your boss, Lamache? Much better. He's starting to give the nurses a hard time. I'm with him there. And Ryan? Don't push it, Fishbrain. Leaving the hospital, I drove home, had dinner with Bertie, and began a series of household tasks. A return to normalcy by immersion in the mundane. That was the plan, and it was working. Until the doorbell chirped. Dumping an armload of dirty sweaters, I glanced at my watch. 8:15. Too early for Harry. Curious, I went to check the security screen. What the hell? Sergeant Detective Luc Claudel stood in my vestibule, hands clasped behind his back, weight shifting from the heels to the balls of his feet. I buzzed him in. Bonsoir, Monsieur Claudel. Bonsoir. I apologize for disturbing you at your home, but there's been a development. I thought that you should know. Courtesy from Claudel? What now? I stepped back and gestured the detective inside. He entered and waited stiffly as I closed the door, then followed me to the living room sofa. He cleared his throat and looked away from me. You were right about George Dorsey. He did not kill Cherokee Desjardins. There was a revelation. Nor did Lyle Crease. I stared at him, too surprised to respond. Shortly before her death, Jocelyn Dion mailed a letter to her mother giving information about a number of illegal biker activities. Among the subjects discussed were the shooting of Emily-Anne Toussaint and Richard Spider Marcotte, and the murder of Cherokee Desjardins. Why did she do that? Her motives were complex. First and foremost, she feared for her own life and felt the letter might confer protection. In addition, she was angry over Dorsey's murder, which, by the way, was ordered by his own gang. Jocelyn Dion was living with George Dorsey at the time of his death. I felt heat climb the sides of my neck, but did not let on what Jocelyn had said about Dorsey's death. Was Dorsey killed because he spoke with me? Claudel ignored the question. Jocelyn Dion also felt remorse for certain of her own actions, including the killing of Cherokee Desjardins. What? That is correct. Jocelyn Dion killed Desjardins. But Jocelyn told me she heard Crease bludgeon and shoot him. It seems your clerk was somewhat economical with the truth. According to the young lady's letter, she'd gone to Desjardins for drugs when Crease showed up, wanting the infamous barroom photo. The men argued. Crease knocked Cherokee unconscious with a pipe, then began ransacking the apartment. Hearing noises in the bedroom, he panicked and fled. It seems your Jocelyn had a big habit and a short budget. She went over there high on drugs and saw the situation as an opportunity to stock her medicine chest. When Crease left, she battered Desjardins' unconscious body, dragged it to a chair, and used a shotgun to remove his face. Why bother to shoot him? She didn't want Desjardins coming after her. Also, she was stoned but sober enough to realize that she had to cover her tracks, so she made it look like a biker hit. Claudel dropped his hands. On that point, you were correct. More throat clearing, then he went on. Thinking it contained more pharmaceuticals, Dion retrieved the package Crease had dropped. It contained an old photograph of Crease and Desjardins. Later, she cooked up a blackmail scheme, figuring that if Crease wanted the picture badly enough to fight for it, he might be willing to pay. I nodded. In the meantime, the heathens heard about my meeting with Dorsey and ordered his death. Yes. Fearing for her own safety, Dion cooked up and floated the story that Crease had murdered Desjardins. The Vipers got wind and decided payback was due. Desjardins had been an angel, his killer was an angel dropout, despised by the brothers, and his killer had to die. Also, they had not settled the Spider Marcotte account, as far as they were concerned. They phoned New York for outside help, persuaded Dion to lure Crease to Dorsey's funeral, and decided they would settle several heathen scores at the same time. I added, It must have been Jocelyn who left the picture on my desk. Claudel agreed. To throw suspicion toward Chris. I thought of something else. That's why Cherokee's blood was on that jacket. For once, that little lizard Dorsey was telling the truth. The jacket belonged to Jocelyn, but Dorsey couldn't admit that if he wanted to protect her. I bit down on my lip. And meeting with me got him killed. Dorsey was killed because his brothers feared he was about to turn on them. Had it not been you, he'd have contacted someone else. I felt myself swallow. Do you believe Jocelyn Dion's letter? Largely, yes. We'd already had reason to suspect Lecomte and the Marcotte-Toussaint murders. We are keeping him under close surveillance. The prosecutor feels that what you heard Dion scream as she was shot is not enough to arrest him now, but in time we will know. Undoubtedly, Jocelyn was the leak at our lab. She got the position there to spy for the heathens, but wasn't averse to an occasional chat with the press. When approved by the Home Office. Yes. Claudel drew air through his nose, exhaled. These biker gangs are the mafia of the new millennium, and have tremendous power over those attracted to them. Jocelyn Dion was among those who feed at the bottom of the chain, the hookers, the pimps, the strippers, the petty street dealers. She probably needed clearance to take her mother to Sunday Mass. One rung up are the more successful entrepreneurs, the chop shop operators, the fences, the bar owners, those who are allowed to hang around because they wash dirty money or perform some service useful to the club. Climb higher and one finds the full patchers who run their own drug cells. At the very top are men with links to cartels in Mexico and Colombia and to their counterparts in gangs worldwide. I'd never seen Claudel so animated. And who are these degenerates who make their living off the weak? Most have neither the moral nor intellectual ability to complete a traditional educational process or function in an open market. They use women because deep down they fear them. They are uneducated, self-deluded, and in many cases physically inadequate. So they have themselves tattooed, create nicknames, and band together to reinforce their shared nihilism. He took a deep breath and slowly shook his head. And the flow of drugs will continue to our schoolyards and to the ghettos of the hopeless. He stood, and when he spoke again, his voice was hard as tempered steel. It is ironic. As the angels carried out their slaughter at the cemetery, their opponents were sending forth assassins of their own. I do not know which of these subhumans killed George Dorsey, and I do not have the evidence to prove that Lecomte shot Jocelyn Dion, Spider Marcotte, and Emily Ann Toussaint, but I will. One day, I will. He looked me dead in the eyes. And I will not rest until this evil is driven from my city. Do you believe that can be done? He nodded, hesitated. We will be a team? Without hesitation, I nodded back. We. The next morning, I slept late, went to the gym, then brought coffee and donuts home and shared them with my sister. When Harry left for the hospital, I phoned the lab. There were no anthropology cases, so I was free to reactivate the plan interrupted by Claudel's visit. I soaked the sweaters, then launched myself full speed at the refrigerator. Items older than 1 month I threw away. Ditto for anything that could not be identified. My mood was better than it had been in weeks. Claudel had come around once again to admitting my value as a colleague. I was confident that he, Charbonneau, and Quickwater would pursue the investigation until the Dorsey and Dion killers were behind bars. I had apologized to Martin Quickwater, and the man seemed to hold no grudge. He'd even smiled in my direction. La Manche was recovering. Savannah Osprey's murder had been resolved, and her bones were heading to her family. Katie would be home in 2 weeks. My nephew was going to be fine, in every sense of the word. The only shadow in my life was cast by worry over Ryan's safety. He had broken cover to save my life, and I prayed that action would not cost him his. I hoped fervently it had not been another deadly decision. Right perfection wrongly disgraced. I knew Ryan couldn't contact me and had no idea when I would see him again. It didn't matter. I could wait. I tossed a lump of old cheddar into the garbage bag. but it might take time. 2 jars of congealed jelly. Out. I would definitely need that theme song. I've got sunshine on a cloudy day.
Deadly Decisions was written by Kathy Reichs and read by Catherine Borowitz. It was abridged for audio by George Truitt. The recording engineer was Michael Jones, with editing and post-production by Stephen Strassman. The mix engineer was Rick Bradley. The associate producer was Sally Hurst. Deadly Decisions was produced and directed by Elisa Shokoff. This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio. Also available from Simon & Schuster Audio, Kathy Reichs' Death du Jour, read by Catherine Borowitz, and Deja Dead, read by Amy Irving. Deadly Decisions is also available in hardcover from Scribner.